Hello, good morning everyone, and very welcome to our edition 2023 of FEHRL. It's a pleasure. We are half here physically, half online. So for the one online, very welcome too. This is going to be 1.5 days of discussion. We will start today by first a speech from our president welcoming us that will introduce a new way of working that we want to address. And it will be followed by a first roundtable where we would like to, let's say, to be challenging in our discussion, to challenge ourselves with simply taking on board the new environment, which is not necessarily the easiest one. So this one will be divided into 4 parts. I will certainly detail it later on. And then later on this afternoon, we want to have a focus on something that we consider also very important, biodiversity and transport infrastructure. So something that we have also to pay attention since nature is probably the most important element on Earth, and if we damage it too much, then it will tackle back on us. And then we will also want to have some specific speech on CCAM. This is a very important hot topic of development. After the dream now comes the operational development, and this is something that we would like to focus a bit more in the afternoon. And tomorrow morning we will have an overview of some research activities that are let's say, undertaken within the FEHRL umbrella, and that's, you know, a big horizon that we will do tomorrow. So this is just, you know, as a practical, let's say, information for our people online. You are certainly welcome to address, you know, some comments. If you have some questions, you can raise them by the chat, and the colleague at the back of the room will actually send me the question if they are via WhatsApp. So if you see me with my phone, it means that I am not you know, doing something else and being simply busy with a conference. So with this, let's say, practical introduction, I wish to invite our new elected president, Alesh, who has taken office in a way on the 1st of January.
Dear colleagues, dear guests, dear speakers, warm welcome from my side as well to this FEHRL event. As it was said, we have a new board of FEHRL, and we started to serve our next 4-year term this January. So this, my short presentation will be relatively short because in fact I should have finished already. So I will try to catch a few minutes. But it will be about the core business of FEHRL, which is collaboration in research, development, in innovation. And 2.0 is there because we are in the process of rethinking how to change that inside FEHRL. I will start with the mission, which by coincidence I just found out that it's also written here. So the mission of FEHRL is to serve society by accelerating the development and facilitating the deployment of collaborative science, technical knowledge, and innovative solutions for the road infrastructure sector. So, of course, FEHRL started as a purely road association, but times has changed, so nowadays our focus is quite wider than that. This is the vision, and the vision is to co-create a forever open and integrated transport infrastructure as a cornerstone for modern mobility. You may remember that this is now over 10 years ago. In fact, in 2010, the Forever Open Road program was introduced during the TRA conference in Brussels. And this is now where basically everything what we do in FEHRL is associated with. We also call it the flagship program of FEHRL. This soon widened into 4x4, forever open, so road, rail, runway, and river. FEHRL itself is 34 years old, so it started in 1989 with 13 partners from that time Western Europe. Not many logos are the same, because in these 34 years many things changed. First of all, at that time these were all basically state-owned institutes. During the course of the years, many changed the status, many changed the names. You will see there quite a few road administrations which don't pursue research anymore, but they outsource that. But in any case, we are now 30 partners. 26 of them are from the European Union and EFTA. 2 are outside this area, so from Ukraine and from Turkey. And I particularly welcome our Ukrainian friends here who came despite the situation in their country. And we also have 2 associated partners from outside Europe, from Israel and from US. And we are just in the process of changing their status into full members. I said that FEHRL is more or less all about research. Research activities, and the core of that are the Strategic European Road Research Programs, the so-called SERPs. What we are dealing now with is the SERP 7. The first SERP was published in 1994, and it is basically, these are the programs that define the relations between the institutes and the partners. So at the beginning this was primarily the European Commission with the framework programs, but this has widened considerably. So basically what SERP tries to incorporate are different priorities from external forces to internal priorities, and this can be also presented as top-down and bottom-up. And you will see that these are definitely things which have changed over time. I even put down left in the yellow the artificial intelligence, which with the latest developments with ChatGPT in the last few weeks, or let's say months at the most, will change our way of thinking and working. SERP has also changed a lot during the years, and at the moment it is focused around 3 research priorities. The first one is built environment, because this is still the primary focus of FEHRL members. But more and more work is done also on the priority of natural environment and social environment. So this has been reduced a little from the previous SERPs, but has been also organized in a different way, that now we have 3 levels. So after priorities comes themes, and for example the built environment has the following themes. Some of them are with us, I would say, for ages, because these don't change. Like upgrading of the aging infrastructure, asset management and so on. But there is more and more focus about topics on the right. So things like digital infrastructure and even infrastructure as a service, new business models, which is something that we did not work on years ago. A similar thing with natural environment. This, of course, is extremely important. You will not see here the buzzword green transition, but everything is included under those themes. And also at the level lower, which are individual topics. Those go into tens of different activities. The third one is social environment. Again, focus on the users, the general road users, the road workers, and also on the equity, so that our infrastructure is available to everyone in equal way. I mentioned that FEHRL itself is reorganizing, so we have what we call the new modus operandi, and also within this we have rearranged our way of working. The new are the working groups, which will cover one priority each, and I'm glad to say that we have now more than 60 volunteers who are joining these groups, and on Thursday and Friday they will have their kickoff meetings, and their primary objectives is to boost comparative research, development and innovation, to enhance knowledge deployment, development and transfer, to foster innovation, and also to advise national and European research, development, innovation programs. Everything is about sharing our knowledge with the others. So if I come back to the SERP, so the first one is sharing with the people. So we have what we call the triple helix between research, industry, and end users. And compared to the first years when we really primarily work with the European Commission, now you can see just a few of the associations that we closely work with. The second one is innovation ecosystem with the impacts on open science. Of course, everything we do is in this category. And I would like to mention here the two, what we call the internal FEHRL projects, which are not financed from outside, but by the partners. They will be presented on tomorrow. And these are BDPAVE, which is on the big data payment management, and low noise payment. So these are two initiatives triggered by institutes themselves. I mentioned that the way of working is also changing. So we have streamlined our operation. We have collaborative activities to external organizations, and also extensive use of digital platforms has increased a lot. And last but not least, we are, after all, 30 institutes with huge potential in equipment and human resources, so this can be treated as living lab where the knowledge can be exchanged with our partners. So with this, I will thank you for your attention. I will return the microphone to Thierry to start with the first item of the program.
Thank you very much. For the first session, we usually normally had more classical presentations where our main stakeholders present their, let's say, input, their say, and we didn't have so much time to dialogue between each other. This time we decided to change completely the setup and try still to get the same stakeholders and others, but also doing it in a more, let's say, lively way. And for this year, what we also decided to do is to invite, let's say, speakers outside our transport system, speakers who have knowledge in the energy and digitalization aspect in particular, and speakers who have, let's say, holistic and systemic, let's say, views and approach, so that we are, in a way, trying to be maybe exposed to the consequences of some of the choices we have to make in the R&D or in the policy aspect and so on. So for that, in the beginning of the session one, we will invite two speakers from the SHIFT project, Mr. Mathieu Ozano, the director of the SHIFT project, and Mr. Hugues Verboeuf, an advisor for the digitalization. Before I just invite them to come on stage, I just would like to introduce the SHIFT project. That's, of course, you will tell maybe a bit more about that, but that's a think tank based in France, which is really renowned in being very, let's say, convincing in their argument. So for the people who are not yet aware about the SHIFT project, you will see very interesting, let's say, input, and maybe the way they will express it is also probably a bit very clear. So for that, I'd like to invite first maybe Mathieu and then Hugues Verboeuf to come and to enlighten us on the main challenges that are ahead of us from their point of view, having in mind more the energy aspect and the digitalization. So this is Mathieu Ozano, if you wish.
Merci beaucoup Thierry. Merci beaucoup. Hi everyone. My English is like a diesel engine, so hope you forgive me. It's when we get from Paris to Brussels, we start by speaking French mostly. So I'll try to set my mind into speaking English quickly. So I run the SHIFT project, of which Hugues, who will speak after me, is also one of the main experts dealing with digital issues. The SHIFT project is both a think tank and a lobby, and I may say that we are now the leading think tank dealing with energy transition in Paris. Some say that a complicated, tough issue is half solved if you set the proper question to the problem you want to address. So I would like to present you our broader perspective on dealing with energy transition. This is how we see the problem. We have not one but two excellent and sufficient reasons to get rid of fossil fuel within the next generation. One is obviously climate change, what we call the downstream constraint or first constraint, but there's also a second constraint or upstream constraint that has to do with the fact that fossil fuels are a finite resource, and when it comes to the European dependence on fossil fuel, this is a vital issue that is most of the time not regarded as a vital issue. And indeed it is, as I will try to show you briefly. This first graph comes from the first study that we did for the French Ministry of Armies that focused on the security of supply of fossil fuel and specifically oil for the European Union. To make a long story short, this study that we did that we published in 2020 shows that these are the suppliers that are in red, shows the proportion of the oil, crude oil supply that comes from countries that are bound for decline, that are mature producers, meaning that they are emptying the tank of their resources faster than they manage to replenish this tank. Obviously, you can see Russia and former Soviet Union. According to Rystad Energy, some of you may know Rystad Energy, which is one of the three main intelligence society dealing with oil and gas. This comes from directly the database of Rystad Energy, which is a Norwegian intelligence agency dealing with oil and gas. To make a long story short, this shows you that more than half of the current suppliers of crude oil for European countries are bound for an ecological decline within the next decade. So Africa, for instance, well, we can focus firstly on the former Soviet Union and obviously on Russia. Russia is, just like the North Sea producers of oil and gas, Russia is a case study of a large mature producer. Again, mature means that you have emptied more than half of your producible resources, and therefore you're bound for a decline. Steep decline, as you can see. Russia, Rystad Energy was betting on a almost 10% decline between 2019 and 2030. We're talking about, everybody knows that now, we're talking about roughly a third of the supplies of crude oil bound for European countries. So this is the picture. We try to focus on that picture on the second study, in which we reminded to the Ministry of Army, and obviously, well, I must say that everything, all those studies are public, even though it's been sponsored. It was published under the aegis of the French Ministry of Army. The diagnosis is this one. This is, on this graph, you have in gray the discoveries, the annual discoveries of conventional oil, and the black line is production. So this shows you that we've been emptying the tank faster than we've been replenish it for more than a generation now. This is only conventional oil. We could, if you want, we could talk about unconventional oil, but unconventional oil rose, and specifically shale oil, at the time when the peak of conventional oil was passed. The peak of conventional oil production was passed in the year 28, the year of the financial crisis. The second study that we did under the aegis of the French Ministry of Army, I commissioned the two former responsible of production at Total, the main oil and gas French company. Their diagnosis was this. They focused on the 16 major supplying countries for the European Union, and again, to make a long story short, their analysis, their conclusion is that we have a high risk of supply constraints for the European Union within this decade, and this high risk moves into the territory of a certain thing for the next decade, for the 30s. Down there in blue, you see Russia. This was published before the war. Obviously, now with the sanctions against the Russian oil industry, the diagnosis may be even steeper, even cruder, if I may say. This is according to Rystad Energy. The perspective of the Russian crude oil, the outlook for the Russian crude oil production before and after the war. Due to the sanction, it's going to be harder and harder for the Russian industry to compensate for the decline of their mature production in Western Siberia and in the Ural basin. This is not a prognosis. This is a prudential a prudential analysis. We don't mean to tell you how the future will be. We mean to tell you this is a risk, and this is a second excellent, vital, existential reason for the European economy to get rid of fossil fuel. So I wanted to focus a little bit on that because and this is a good thing. We now, the political conversation is now very much focused on climate issue. I just wanted to show you that there is this upstream second excellent reason to be very prudent, to be and therefore effective when we talk about energy transition. What about gas? We published a third study in December, again under the aegis of the French Ministry of Armies, and also RTE, which is the network, the electrical network company in France. So again, the big picture is this one. If we have this gas and energy crisis, the main reason for this is probably the decline of the production in the North Sea. It's because for ecological, geological, natural reason, the production of oil and gas in the North Sea has been declining for almost a generation now. And also for the reason that we saw natural gas as a sound mean to achieve energy transition. It's for this reason that we are so heavily dependent on abundant and cheap natural gas that used to come from Russia. So we try to appreciate the security of gas supply and NGL supplies to cope with a demand that is still a natural gas demand that is still very, very high, and in several countries, specifically Germany, could even increase in the coming next years. So we try to, again, using the Rystad Energy database, we try to see if and under what conditions we could cope with the evolution of the demand with sufficient supplies of GNL. The white cross, the yellow cross is the target of Fit for 55. So you can see that if we don't, Russia, the contracts, the existing contracts, supply contracts with Russia is the gray area here, there. Though, so the question is, can we achieve? We were quite lucky, I guess, probably because of climate change this winter, to supply correctly the European economy. The question is, how long can we sustain this? So again, to make a long story short, we strongly believe that achieving energy transition is also a geopolitical security solution, and I'm very glad to hear that, at least rhetorically, on a rhetorical level, this is the perspective of the European Union right now. But this shows you that it's going to be quite. We're entering a risky pathway, and it's not the issue of the lack of Russian supply is not something that is going to disappear by magical means. It takes a coherent and sustained effort to achieve sobriety, to cope with the constraints on both oil and gas supplies. And this is our diagnosis regarding GNL supply. We try to compare the unidentified EU and world supplies, EU and non-EU supplies, with likely uncontracted LNG volumes. And you see that if we don't get back to a normal pre-war situation with Russia, and if we decrease our demand, but not, which is the most probable, not at the pace that should be that should be the one that's written in Fit for 55, we miss at least one large LNG exporter to cope with the global demand of LNG. There is, if you look at the year 2025, the difference between unidentified world supplies and LNG uncontracted volumes, you miss one Qatar or one United States to have supply at pace online with demand. This is the percentage of the rate of coverage by existing supply contracts comparing EU with or without Russian contracts and Russia and China. So you can see that, again, we're on the path of a very, very steep and complicated and risky supply policy situation for the European Union, specifically if we don't get back to a pre-war situation with Russia, which is obviously the most probable. So what do we do with all this? As I told you, the French government right now uses a lot of our analysis at the SHIFT project to document its energy transition strategy. So we have here, excuse her French, this is the French Energy Transition and Industry Minister. The French government has set on the path of building up an energetical sobriety plan. We're at the beginning of the process. We, at the SHIFT project, try to document the fact that without a collective sobriety policy, there's no way that we can achieve energy transition. Dealing with long-distance transportation, this means for us to both electrify what we can electrify with, obviously with low carbon electricity, which is, as you know, a large part of the problem. But also, even if we achieve to have the sufficient volumes of production of low carbon production, there's no way that you can solve the problem without implementing coherent, systemic, collective sobriety when you deal with building up infrastructure and using setting those long-distance mobility infrastructures in a way that is coherent with our objectives. So you can check out. This is no surprise, again, because this is, as we believe, an objective diagnosis. And when it comes to freight, this is the main topics that we recommend. So electrification, as you must know, there's no way that electrification of trucks only by itself will be sufficient to solve the issue. So you have to put because it's more efficient, you have to put the focus on rail transportation and waterway transportation. And you have to optimize the use and the organization of the infrastructures. That's why we advocate the creation of a Ministry of Logistics, which could be known differently, but we have to have, that's what we advocate in France. You need to have some sort of optimization of the infrastructure that you use. And as you know, this is almost a 180 degrees turn compared to the current situation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ozano. You have set up the scene for the energy, at least, side. Clearly, you announced a shortfall of resources and energy in particular, energy, fossil fuel, let's say it this way. We will have the time to debate it afterwards. Let's now maybe have also some, let's say, keynote inspiration from the digitalization aspect, and for that I invite Mr. Hugues Ferrebeuf on stage.
Thank you. Good morning. So how much, Thierry, how much time should I take?
As we said, about 10 minutes.
Okay. So it will be a quick presentation. And so I'm going to talk about the interactions between digitalization and the sustainability. And maybe the title will sound a bit strange, because the conclusion of our 4 or 5 year work on that is that we need a reset. We need a reset of how the digital system works, and we need a reset of how we decide to use digital. So why I'm saying that? I'm not going to talk too much about energy, because time won't allow for it, but as you guess, there is a very close relationship between energy and climate change, and actually at least 2 relationships. First, of course, we need to move from energy based on fossil fuels to less carbonized energy. But also, one key condition, and one which is not enough mentioned generally, is the fact that we will be able to mitigate climate change in the right way only if we manage to actually reduce our energy consumption. So in a way, it's a version of the double constraint, which is not only we have to reduce our carbon emissions, but also we have to reduce our energy consumption. So to be a bit more precise, maybe you know already these graphs. It comes directly from the IPCC, so the experts who have been working on climate change in the past 20 or 30 years. On the left-hand side of the slide, you see different curves. The one which is called implement policies reflects actually the likely evolution of annual GHG emissions from now to the end of the century. And as you see, everything we have decided until now leads to the fact that we would manage to stabilize annual emissions, but not much more. Okay. And the consequence of such pattern is on the right-hand side of the slide, which means that then the most likely scenario is that the temperature change at the end of the century will be in the range of 3.2 degrees Celsius. So much beyond the famous 2 degrees that everyone has been talking about in the past 15 years. I don't have time to mention all the consequences that would come with this type of temperature change, but clearly a 2-degree world will be difficult enough. A 3-degree world will be actually inhabitable for a good part of the people on the planet. So that means that we have to do everything we can to avoid that. And more precisely, we should have in mind that everything we do from now should be geared towards getting closer to these two curves, the one in green and the one in blue, which basically means that we have a very now short-term objective, which is the fact that we should more or less divide by half our annual GHG emissions by 2030. Okay? Dividing by half, if we do that with a constant effort, means that we have to reduce them by 7% a year every year, which is tremendous. Okay. But to be very frank, it's clear that each time I'm saying that, year after year, it becomes less and less likely that we'll manage to do it. Okay. However, it is clear also that we must still do everything we can to avoid this 3-degree change temperature. So in other words, when we are looking now at a given sector or at a given country or at a given system, for me, the right criteria to qualify it as sustainable or unsustainable is just the fact, is it on the track to divide by half its emissions by 2030? Because if it doesn't, that means it will make things even more difficult for all the other sectors, all the other countries, all the other systems. So the reason why I have presented that now is because at the moment, if we look at the own footprint of the digital system, it is already significant. It's in the range of 3 to 4% of annual global GHG emissions. But even more, it is growing. And it is growing fast in the range of 5 to 6% a year. Okay. And again, remember, our target now should be a reduction of 7% a year. So there are many reasons behind, and I will try to share a few of them in the next few minutes. But clearly, where does it come from? It comes from the fact that in the past 15 years, we've been used, let's say, to the fact that it was easier and easier, actually, to get new digital products, new digital services, and there was no question on why we should do it, because it was possible, so we were doing it. Okay. But now we have about 5 or 6 billion smartphones in the world. We have close to 1 billion television sets. The internet traffic is growing at the range of 30% a year. The traffic on the mobile networks is growing even faster, in the range of 40 to 45% a year. And all of these actually needs a lot of energy. Okay? And even though some part of this energy is getting decarbonized, the net result is this very impressive trend in terms of GHG emissions. So to have, let's say, a global understanding of the dynamics which are at work, there is a paradox, actually, with digital. Paradox is that it's probably the sector which has been experiencing the most significant progress in terms of energy intensity, which means every year we need less energy to produce the same digital product or the same, let's say, software or the same digital interaction. Remember, the same. Okay. Problem is that every year we are not doing the same. We are doing basically 30% more than the year before. So even though the energy intensity of technology has been decreasing, let's say, at a rate of 15% a year, actually what is called their technology effluence has been growing at the range of about 25%. Okay. So if you do the math, you will see that it leads to an increase of energy consumption of about 6% a year. And this doesn't come by chance. This comes due to the fact of what is called rebound effect. Who is familiar with rebound effect? Okay, small minority in the room. What is rebound effect? Something which is not specific to digital, something that was discovered in the 19th century by a person called Jevons. And there are many ways to describe it, but the way I usually describe it is the following. There comes an innovation, and this innovation allows you to get access to a resource at a cost which is less than before you have this innovation. And cost there can mean financial cost, can mean physical effort, can be less time, anything, okay? It's easier, let's say. So then something happens, and this something is due to a lot of reasons, economic reasons, economic models, psychological reasons, sociological reasons, a lot of things. But something happens, and then rather than using actually these increase of performance brought by this innovation to actually reduce the usage of, to reduce the cost of using resources, we are going to use more resources than before, okay? And therefore, even though the unitary cost has decreased, we are going to use so much more resources that in the end, the cost is going to increase. Okay? It's very, very strange, but it's been demonstrated in a lot of sectors, and it's especially strong in the digital sector. It's especially strong also because the business models of the dominant players, especially the big tech companies, are actually using these rebound effects to stimulate their business and increase their revenue and share value. So that's why we are saying we need a reset. And we need, on the right-hand side, you have a schematic representation of the digital system with different stakeholders. We interact with each other, and they interact within a framework which is defined by rules, laws, and sometimes some governance bodies. And because part of the digital sector is a regulated sector, so it's not completely Far West. It is part of the time, but not completely. So what we're saying is that we need to change the principles, The two main principles under which digital has been working in the past 15 years are abundance on one side and linearity on the other side. Linearity means that in order to be more successful, we always need to build more products. We need to build more smartphones, we need to be more PCs, and when we don't manage to sell PCs anymore, we need to come up with tablets that we sell instead of PCs and so on and so on. So that's called linearity. So we need to move to circularity. So digital equipment vendor should redefine actually its mission in life, not to sell always more products, but to provide a service in which there is access to a product and to guarantee the fact that this product is going to be performing as well as possible, as long as possible. Okay? That's the principle of circularity. And the second principle should be sufficiency. That means that we should make sure that we use exactly the resources we need to produce a certain digital product or a certain digital service, but not more. Okay. And so a number of changes need to happen. Of course, we need to have some eco-design methods, and we need to build better products, better services, but we also need to have this eco-design approach at a system level, and maybe it's something similar with this transportation sector. We need to think in terms of systems and not only in terms of services and products. And second, we need to make sure that the business models, which are at the core actually of the system, are going to change, move from linearity to circularity, and move from, let's say, an audience-based attention monetization to usage monetization. Sorry, I'm going a bit fast, but I need to. So, having said that, our point is not at all to say that we do not need digital. What we say is, at the moment, digital is not on the right track compared to what is needed for climate change. Now, digitalization is a kind of double sword. On one side, it has its own footprint. On the other side, it's clear that digital services and products can be used by other sectors to reduce their own footprint. Okay? So the tree should not hide the forest. But at the moment, it's a bit the other way around. The forest is hiding the tree. So the other side we have to take into account is digitalization for sustainability. And here you have a few examples of how we can use machine learning, which is a kind of artificial intelligence, which is a part of digital. How we can use machine learning to have a positive impact on emissions reduction. Can be used at the conception stage. It can be used at the operation stage. It can be used in terms of providing better forecasting and therefore making sure that we have the proper system in place as time goes by and so on and so on. And that's everything which is put in green. Unfortunately, again, it's not so simple because the same actually digital services that can be used to serve emission reductions, sometimes if we use them in the wrong way, will also actually trigger an increase of emissions. For instance, if you use very performing digital systems in the oil and gas exploration, of course, you will make it more performing, but you will actually be one reason why you're going to actually increase the production, why you are going to increase the financial performance of these activities, so you will allow it to operate even longer than if it had not been there, and therefore you will create a kind of path dependency which actually will make the climate change problems worse than it were if you had not used this digital system. Okay. So, and that will be the last slide, looking at Thierry. It's a bit complex graphic, but what does it mean? It means that in the center, okay, and that again, that's the example of artificial intelligence. At the center, we need a lot of data centers, we need a lot of computers to run machine learning software and so on. And more, we know we are able to measure the carbon footprint of this core layer. Okay. And we know it's big, and we know it's increasing. Okay. Then, more and more also, we are able to identify application. How can we apply this artificial intelligence to situations in order to optimize them, okay? Which means, for instance, we have an existing building, okay? One way to decrease the energy consumption due to heating is to equip it with a lot of sensors, with a kind of software that is going to regulate the way the central heating is going to work, depending on the room, depending on the day, depending on the weather condition, and so on and so on and so on. Okay, and there, if you do that in the right conditions, maybe you are able to generate a 20% reduction in the energy consumption. Okay, so that's a green effect. However, maybe the example I've just quoted is not right, because maybe the building in which you are going to put this marvelous artificial intelligence set is very old, and actually it's going to be very difficult to insulate it. Okay, and we have a lot of buildings in Paris like that, by the way, and that's a problem. Okay. Then, what is going to happen? Okay, you're going to make a significant investment in terms of digital system to make this very building more efficient. But having done that, maybe you are going to postpone by a few years the moment where you are going to decide to rebuild your building, because eventually you know that it's not going to be sustainable in the long term, even with this 20% reduction in terms of central heating. Okay? So in a way, having done this, having taken this step of implementing a smart heating solution in this very old building is going to create a kind of lock-in situation whereby you are going to postpone by a few years an investment that maybe you would have done immediately if you had not done the digital investment one. Okay, that's one example. In terms of transportation, and I will not elaborate too much on that, you know that if you make, let's say, a road system more efficient, then after some time, you will have more and more cars that get to this road system, and that is the type of rebound effect. And therefore, if you have not, at the same time you have augmented the performance of the transport system, if you have not put in place a new governance whereby you are going to make sure that the number of cars we're going to get to this system is not going to increase, you won't achieve actually the energy consumption reduction you want to achieve. Okay, so I'm going to finish there. It just means that at the moment, what we know is that we have identified, and when we say the digital community and the people who care about that, we have identified a number of use cases, actually, where potentially bringing digital to the party can generate optimization that ultimately will reduce the energy consumption or the emissions reduction. But what we also have identified is that what could be called a green digital solution. It's not about only technology, it's also about configurations, which means it's going to work in certain situations, okay, within certain boundaries, and it's not going to work in other boundaries, okay. And last but not least, it's good to think about it at the design stage, but it's also necessary to make sure that the way the system is going to be used in such a way that you're going to achieve the objective. Okay? And that's what is called governance on the left-hand side, which means that when we think in terms of smart solutions, we should think not only in terms of technology, but we should think also in terms of usage governance. It should help us to transform our usage and not only to optimize our usage. Okay? And last but not least, but that will be the conclusion, please beware of everybody who talks about green digital technology, because there is no digital technology that by itself is green. Okay? Any digital technology can be green or red. It just depends on how you're going to use it. Okay? So having that in mind, the conclusion of this presentation is that the reason why we have to reset the system is, one, because we should make sure that we use just the resources we need to produce the services we need. And secondly, that we need to, for the years to come, we really need to refocus actually the energy of the digital industry towards building innovations that will serve the fight against climate change. Okay? And that's not the case at the moment at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these two introductory speeches. Well, they've been a bit longer than expected, but they were also very, very interesting. And at the time we decided to have the roundtable, some of our speakers said that these chairs are not that comfortable. So basically we will sit less long now than anticipated. And for that, I would like that we continue the discussion with our speakers from the panel. And for that, I'd like first to invite Philippe Froissart to come on stage. He's the head of unit at DG Research and Innovation, European Commission. Well, Torsten Klinke, wherever you wish, yeah, exactly, this is good. Torsten Klinke from DG Move has to apologize because he just got COVID. You see, COVID is still there. So unfortunately, is online with us. But he will not be able to participate. I also like to ask now Thomas Svensson from VTI and the Vice President of FEHRL to join us here. I'd like to ask Jan Worm, well, professor at KUL and also Arab representative and ECTP delegates for today. I'd like to invite Stefan Ogerbauer, the chairman of AirTrack. I'd like to invite Malika Sedi, the Secretary General of ASECAP, to come also on stage. And then I'd like to invite Fernando Lieza, our Secretary General for ALICE. I'd like to invite Bernard Jacob, the chair of the Working Group on Electric Road Systems at FEHRL. And, well, I'd like also just to maybe keep Mathieu Auzano and Hugues Verboeuf to sit also with us. I think there are normally enough chairs for everyone. So, well, yes, I'll be sitting in the middle, but maybe I will just put first a black, I think is Shift B, yeah, it will be easier. So, well, it's a big panel for 1 hour discussion, but I think we have some, let's say, very challenging topics in a way that have been pronounced at the beginning, and maybe we could start first by the main statement that was raised, or one of the main statements about the, let's say, the balance between the climate change urgency and maybe another more, let's say, faster urgency regarding the shortfall of the energy and especially the fossil fuel. And linked to that, the perspective that the current policy targets are, let's say, set up for a certain level of fully limiting the emissions by 2% increase, or 2 degrees, sorry, increase by 2050. But the perspective that was actually presented earlier show that these targets that are currently fixed, well, are certainly to be discussed. And that's what I would like to start with, having in mind that it is more projected as 3.2. So maybe I would like first to ask our delegates from the Commission to give us some, let's say, idea whether, what do you feel when you hear that with what has been set up, and then we will move on to the other groups. And for that, we have something catchy. This is called a catch box, and that works as a microphone as well. So you can speak here, and normally people will hear. So you have to bring it close to your mouth first.
Serious? It's a
Yeah,
microphone?
no, I'm not. I'm serious. Yeah, I'm serious.
It's
Yes.
a microphone?
Yes.
Yes, it does work actually. It's wonderful. Technology will survive everything. That's the first time I'm talking to a box like that, but that's fine. I'll have to be even closer. Christ. Well, looking and listening to the previous intervention, I think we are aware of the urgency that we need to tackle if we want to meet those targets that seems to be more illusory as time passes. I mean, if we are looking at our objective, for instance, for the Green Deal, which is our compass in the Union, we want Europe to be climate neutral by 2050. And for the transport sector in particular, and here I'm talking to people that are working in the transport sector, it's very challenging because we need to reduce our emissions of greenhouse gases by 90% by the horizon of 2050. You know the target of the Fit for 55, reduction of 55% by 2030. And if we want to do that, I mean, we are aligned with what has been presented. But is that realistic? I mean, clearly, I would say it is challenging. It's very ambitious. But we don't have the choice. Clearly, we don't have the choice. We have to act now. I mean, it's not for nothing that the UN says that this decade is a decade of action. We really do not have the choice. We need to roll out solutions for reducing drastically our emission of greenhouse gases. And that applies certainly for the transport sector. I mean, in the smart and sustainable strategy, we have identified a number of targets. And for instance, for the zero-emission vehicles, we want to have 30 million zero-emission vehicles on the road by 2030. We want to have 3 million public charging stations in Europe by 2030. These are clearly ambitious targets. Are they realistic? I think they are, because if we look at the dynamic we have now in Europe, we see that there is indeed a large number of vehicles that are zero-emission vehicles that have been sold. If we look just at the last quarter of last year, there were more vehicles that are battery electric vehicles, plug-in hybrid vehicles sold in Europe than there were of vehicles with internal combustion engines. So there is a dynamic. There are clearly areas where we need to do more. For instance, if we look at the heavy-duty vehicles, if we look at the freight system, there is not enough solutions yet which are zero-emission solutions, but we are working on that. We have research programs that actually provide solutions to make sure that we will be able to deploy zero-emission vehicles for heavy-duty vehicles very soon. When it comes to the charging station, I think again there we are in a good situation. There is a dynamic. There is already 500,000 stations that have been deployed in Europe as of today, and there are more and more every day that are being implemented. Already that number of 500,000 is 50 times more than what we had last year. So there is a large number of stations that are being deployed for vehicles in Europe. They are all, I mean, we have to be a bit careful with that, and there is always with figures we can always say everything and anything, because when we look at where those stations are located, they are mainly located in 2 member states. So there is a problem for deploying most of these stations everywhere in Europe so that we provide inclusive solutions to everyone. But I think those targets, beside the fact that they are ambitious, they are realistic, and we will meet them because we don't have the choice.
Very good. I could see Stefan wishing to react. So please, yeah, Stefan. Yes.
Thank you.
Quick works.
Wow, really something new, yeah. So I'm working for BMW, but today I speak to you on behalf of the European Technology Platform for Road Transport, AirTruck, and on behalf of the To partnership for decarbonization of road transport. When I listened to the first two presentations, I agree to many messages, but not to all. And why? Because in my feeling, there was something like an elephant in the room that there's one bad mode, and this is road transport. And that's simply a nonsense. There is no mode which is more or less sustainable per se. It depends on the use case. And for sure, if you are living in the city center, you can use public transport. And this morning I went here using the metro and the rail. That's fine. But not everybody is living in a nice loft in the city close to the metro station and is able to go to the office at 9:30 for having a first cappuccino. I'm from BMW. We have workers. We have... Sorry? No cappuccino at BMW. Yes, because we have workers which have to work. And they have to start their shift at 6 o'clock in the morning. And they are living on the countryside. And they have to get up early in the morning. And they have to go to the plant. And so there is no public transport. There is no bus. There is no train. They need to use the car. There is no alternative. And I'm living also on the countryside. We have 3 or 4 times a day a bus. It's running empty. Sustainable? Don't know. We have a rail. Yes, it's nice. Most of the time, the train is empty. Is it sustainable to run a train with 700 tons with 10 people inside? So I'm not against train. I'm not against bus. But I really would like to say that if a mode is sustainable or not depends on the use case. And we, in our technology platform, in our partnership, we are focused on road. We are not blaming rail. We are not blaming buses. We are focused on road. And as an engineer, I want to do, with my colleagues, I want to improve the road transport system. And this is why I'm working for, and this is why I'm proud to work for road transport. I stop here.
Thank you, Stefan. Maybe because you mentioned a shift, so maybe I give back the word to Mr. Ojano from the Shift project, just to clarify if you want to, what you said, if you want, earlier.
The Shift project is sponsored by several large French companies, where amongst them we have the National Railway Company, SNCF, and also Vinci, which runs most of highway infrastructure in France. So we try to objectivize what we say, and unfortunately, maybe you saw only the empty glass. But one could argue, and that's what we do, that you said that there is no alternative. It takes investments to make people move on a daily basis with low carbon vehicles. And today the investments is not there, but it's widely documented that within an effort, it's a decade of action. We could develop all the alternatives that are per se lower carbon that using an empty car. You talked about empty buses. There are also many empty cars as you know, and half empty trucks and extra stuff.
Stefan, you want to react to that, or yeah?
Low carbon transport and low carbon road transport, that's fine. There are investments. The automotive industry is investing each year in Europe 60 billion, around 60 billion in innovation, in new type of vehicles. the biggest share of this investment is done into low carbon technologies. So the investment from the industry is there. What we need is the same level of ambition in the investment of infrastructure, in specific in the infrastructure. And this is the key point, I really think.
You mentioned infrastructure, so I give the floor to the infrastructure delegates. Malika.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the invitation. Just a quick reaction. I'm representing ASECAP. ASECAP is the European Association of Toll Road Operators. They operate 82,000 kilometers of toll road, 128 companies, including Vinci Autoroute and many others. And for sure, for us, we need to make the transition and to make the shift. And the shift means that we need to adapt mobility usages. And mobility usages mean to have a broader perspective on how we can optimize the use of the infrastructure. And completely agree with what you said, but not on everything, because we are really preparing the new infrastructure of tomorrow, meaning that could be a shared infrastructure, shared mobility services, and also connecting the motorway network, which allows to somehow for people who are not living inside the city to reach the city, but to see how we can really make them quickly connecting with the cities by optimizing the use of the different systems, roads, connecting to, let's say, railway stations, other, let's say, mobility options. But we need, for that, to rethink the whole infrastructure setup and to create mobility hubs, like that you can leave your car and take another, let's say, mobility options. And you can also try to see how we can optimize the use of one car to avoid monosolist, let's say, people inside one car, but to try to get inside one car 2 or 3 or 4 people sharing the same car. So for that also we need to have carpooling, let's say, stations in order to allow people to come, leave their car, or to take people connecting with them. So that is also high in the agenda of road operators. And we have not a roadmap yet, but we have plans, and we have also ideas on how to optimize the multiple use of mobility. So the target is really to see mobility usages and green mobility usages, so also to make the shift with green mobility, so how we shift from fossil energy, let's say, usage to clean, green electrical usage. This is also the challenge. So these are also part of the plan.
Thank you, Malika. Yes, Jan wants to act. Yes.
Well, just before I build on that, I'm also representing ECTP, European Construction Technology Platform, and we released a position paper looking at all the needs of research and innovation, and I invite you to have a look. But now I wanted to build on what you said is about the transformation of our systems. And I think the key thing, which maybe we need to talk about, which is a little bit the elephant in the room, that we need to decrease the demand. No? We need to reduce the number of travels, the distance of travels. I don't think we need to build new roads. No. I think we need to maintain the roads we have and improve them. But for sure we need to reduce, I think, and not just introducing new technologies which will create new demands, which has been the case over the last 50 years, I think.
Malika wants to react to this.
I will not disagree. Not reducing, but optimizing is the proper way, because in fact, optimizing the use, and I think digitalization will be a key part. We have also autonomous driving, so there will be sometimes autonomous, let's say, shuttles moving people, so not only one people in one, let's say, cars or bus, but more people sharing the same infrastructure. So for sure, we have the infrastructure, but we have to transform it, to adapt the infrastructure, but also to maintain it. And this is also the challenge, because sometimes we forget that we have the infrastructure, and this is also the problem that could also raise. we need to have a good infrastructure in order to really allocate shared mobility services, and also to provide also multiple mobility options, not only to push people just for one point. And this is somehow, we have a road bashing aspect right now, not looking at the road as a system that is providing what people are looking for. We need also to think that we all have different, let's say, duties, we have different agenda, we have different things, so we need also to be flexible, and this is also what roads propose as such.
Indeed. Maybe, you know, we could also move on to the logistics, because indeed they also need to use, I think, all the mode of transport. So, Fernando, when you hear all that, how do you feel, you know, with the freight?
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm Fernando Lies, I'm the Secretary General of ALICE, the Alliance for Logistics Innovation Through Collaboration, an association here based in Brussels with 160 members coming from all types of logistics stakeholders, from shippers, retailers, and logistics companies. At the end, it's the decade of action, as it was said. It's very urgent, that's also said. But then that urgency cannot hide the complexity of the problem we are talking about. From our perspective, one of the main problems is that we look into the problem from different angles, while the solution of the problem is maybe addressing the interdependencies. Actually, if we need to move to, for example, zero-emission road transportation, zero emission, it's probably not possible because it does not exist. But we definitely need to have more renewable energy. That renewable energy needs to be produced and moved to the transportation corridors through grids. And then there should be probably charging points. Then we need to have the vehicles, the trucks in our case, and then we need to have the users of those trucks willing to pay for all that at the end, that are the end users, and we need to be competitive. The thing is that from the companies, like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I saw quite a lot of push in looking into, they are all electrifying in urban and all last mile urban deliveries. That's very clear. It's in their roadmap 2030. Most of them will have in cities only electric vans to deliver the big companies, I would say. But on the long distance, they were more focused on that. And then when they look into this complexity, they realize that will not happen in the next few years. Basically, because without vehicles, there is no infrastructure. But without infrastructure, there is no vehicles. And then when our users and members look into that and say, okay, but if the energy is not there, if the green energy is not there, maybe we don't reduce our well-to-tank emissions so much. So this is helping, but not that much. So then they are looking for other sources, more in the view of reducing the energy efficiency. At the end, the truck that does not pollute is that it's not moved. So then if you can do more with less, that's essentially one of the main points they are working, and they will be more and more working on. And then on integration of rail, that it's also quite complex. It takes years to move into that, to get the knowledge. It's very complex as well. But this is how we say. So from us, I think the message is that really, and here is an ask to the European Commission to really create these frameworks and these programs and this corridor program in which there are ways to get those interdependencies discussed, addressed practically in concrete actions that can really dimension the problem, but start making a system. But when we look into the systems, you always talk about your system. And there are many other systems in which you need to look outside your system, maybe more than in your system. to understand what your system needs to play. And then I talk about infrastructure, I talk about road construction, road, electricity, and that's very complex. But you need to do that, otherwise we'll keep having this discussion for long and moving that slow, that then we are in the 4 degrees.
Yeah. Maybe, Philippe, when you hear that, the claim, to even to be, as you said, to act, but to act as a system without maybe being like reluctant or, bashing any mode compared to another mode. What would be your reaction, or what would you like to say?
I don't think we ever bashed any mode.
Good.
We are working actually on all modes of transport, very much so.
You see, well, there will be some reaction. There will be some reaction.
By the way, I forgot to say that I was in BMW and they have cappuccino. And we also think we need all transportation modes. It's very clear.
Okay, so that's something that is corrected already. No, as I said, we are actually investing on research and innovation on all modes of transport. I'm not going to go through all the activities that we have because that would take too long. But we have certainly a big focus on road transport. We have a very thriving partnership with the industry on zero emission for road transport. And that has been always our approach, to work in a systemic way for road transport, and the 2.0 partnership is a good example of that, in a sense that we are investing in solutions for vehicles, but in taking into account the environment. And in this case, we have to take into account the infrastructures, the charging stations. When you say that we don't need to change the infrastructures, I think we need to change the infrastructures, because we need to make sure that the vehicles that will be deployed on the road, that are electric vehicles that could be operating batteries or fuel cells or plug-in hybrid. Plug-in hybrid is less of a problem, but for the battery electric vehicles and the fuel cell, we need to make sure that the charging stations are there. And the FEHRL that is being finalized now provides clear guidelines as regard how many of them we want to see on the roads. And that number itself is challenging, but we don't have the choice. I mean, as soon as we start deploying fleets of electric vehicles, passenger vehicles, heavy-duty vehicles, light-duty vehicles on the road, we need to make sure that they have the adequate infrastructures that will be able to operate seamlessly.
Good. So maybe, we can just at least, say that we all agree that we need to transform and not optimize. That's it's very important. Yes, both. And we also, Stefan and Malika, you can be reassured that the road is not forgotten in that, certainly. That's a very important message that has been also delivered now.
Knowing that the road is producing the most CO2 emissions, so this is what we need urgently.
Take the microphone, because we have many people online, so they cannot hear us otherwise. And by the way, you need to hold it high so that we can see FEHRL, and especially people can hear.
No, of course, we need to transform the infrastructure to adapt it to the new needs that we have ahead and this is really the challenge that we have. I'm saying optimizing, but also adapting the infrastructure with what you said, deployment of, let's say, electrical charging on all the network. Obviously, we need to be ready for that, and we need also to have enough energy to supply the need that is on the table, and this is also part of it. We need to think of how we can have energy supplier, green energy, of course, because energy we have it, but we need to also have green energy to adapt and to transform our infrastructure and to optimize it as well.
Thank you, Malika. That's going to be the second point of our, let's say, roundtable. But before, we have someone from the floor that'd like to intervene. No, the box can stay with us. There is another microphone moving.
Let's see if it's working. Yes. My name is Maria. I represent the Danish Technological Institute. We're also a FEHRL member. And thank you for all these really interesting inputs. And I'm glad to hear more more of you interested parties pointing back towards also a need for investment in research within the physical infrastructure. I see nodding heads, because this is where we focus on material development and sort of decrease of CO2 imprint across the life cycle of asphalt. We see across European borders a need to work more towards realizing the potential in reuse of recycling of asphalt into new infrastructure. That's one potential. And also another potential is electrification of asphalt factories as well. That is where you see a huge potential in decrease in use of gas. So I want to point, but perhaps you sitting there with the box already, do you want to elaborate a little bit more if that's some of the potential, what are some of the potentials that you have pointed towards in terms of physical infrastructure?
Yeah, I think a very relevant point we were about to speak in the panel, which refers to the physical infrastructure and all the embodied impacts vested in those. And if we really take those trajectories and really translate them into the real savings, in some part of construction it means reduction of 90%. It's huge. It's completely disruptive. So I think we're talking about circular economy, and there are different principles that we need to also now take into the account of designing, constructing, and maintaining infrastructures. So on one level, it's about thinking about reuse and recycle, of course, and I think we are lacking enough capabilities to assess the quality of reused materials and also to certify them, to be able to bring them quickly back into the loop. Then on the design side, for example, road bridges in the Netherlands. Some are 20 meters long, some are 20 meter 50, and some are 21 meter 20. I think it makes it really hard then to think in systematic solutions which are able to deconstruct and bring back and reuse. So I think we have to have a more systematic approach for designing modular structures. And finally, I think replacing carbon-intensive materials with new materials, bio-based materials, and of course pavement materials are the big chunk of that. And for that, we need to implement new ways of maintenance to make sure that these materials do perform. And so the replacement of materials, substituting of materials, and new management regimes go hand in hand. Yeah, I think it's a big topic to address.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe Thomas, you would like to add also a few words on the question raised and the innovation in the field of infrastructure, but not only.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is also, as you said, Thomas Svensson. I'm the Director General for VTI in Sweden, the Swedish National Road and Transport Research Institute, and I'm also one of the new 2 vice presidents in FEHRL. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. I can only agree about the importance of the research questions that you raised, and from a Danish colleague that you raised. It's very much a research field that we work very intense in VTI and in collaboration with our FEHRL partners, of course. There's a huge potential to construct and use new materials in the construction phase, recycling, life cycle analysis, and the choices you make when you construct, how it have the impact on maintenance in a long perspective. There's a huge potential to do that in a much more sustainable way, and we can clearly see that because the demand for that kind of research is in sharp increase. I can only say that I have the same opinion as the speakers that have just mentioned it. So that's a short comment on that issue.
Thank you. Maybe you can keep the microphone.
Yeah.
I mean, along what was mentioned just in the last by the last 2 speakers, one of the important development in the, let's say, physical aspects of construction and maintenance, and we could see that in the last calls, from the Commission, much more support towards robotization. And in one way, this is something that can certainly help a lot, let's say, making better construction, faster construction, and the same for the maintenance. On the other hand, when we listen to what was mentioned earlier, it means again more and more machines on Earth, and these machines, they need energy, and then again we come back to the point of the energy. So when you listen, or when we have that in mind. Maybe Thomas or Jan and then the colleagues from the Shift project, would you like to react on that? And of course, our colleague from the Commission as well. So Jonas, if you have, Thomas, if you have.
Yeah, I can start. Well, I thank you very much for the initial presentation from the SHIFT project. I think it was very interesting, and I also have well, it's sort of a basic for a research agenda. I think that is very important for us in the field of transportation, and I very much like this sort of main perspective on efficiency and sobriety. It's very important, and maybe it's a little bit forgotten sometimes when we all focus on carbon emissions and greenhouse gas emissions and so on. Maybe we don't have the same knowledge about the total efficiency consequences and the resources that are going into that and this direction. So to have efficiency and sobriety as a main perspective into research, I think it's very important. So I fully agree on that perspective, and we have to focus more on that and have it as sort of a main perspective in almost everything we do. What are the total consequences for efficiency, resource uses, and so on? But I also think we have to perhaps look more on future scenarios and maybe develop more on backcasting technologies. For me, from the transportation research, it's sometimes problematic to discuss these matters, but for what is the future transport system that we are heading for? How does it look? Can we visualize it? Can we be more precise in what are we aiming for, and what will the transportation system develop into, and what will it deliver? I think that would be something that we have to focus more on, and especially on the societal goals that we want this transportation system to fulfill. That I think is very important, and in that perspective, I think efficiency, sobriety, and resource use is a very important issue. And for the research now, it's as already been mentioned here, it's much about system integration. And in Sweden, we are very focused on electrification, and we are not alone, of course. so these issues is very much in the light for our research agendas, and it's a lot of doing and thinking about integrating different systems. You have the transportation system, you have the energy system, the grid, electricity, and so on, and it shall be digitalized in an effective and well-functioning manner. So much about system integration and system interfaces, as you speak earlier about. What does this, how can it be done to these systems to work together, and what are the challenges? And as a researcher, I'm happy to say that there are a lot of challenges, and there are a lot of research questions, and a lot of things to focus on, but much on system integration. And then you have all the layers. You have the layers from the policy level, the regulatory levels, down to the user behavior, the actual technology, and so on. So there's a whole package of questions that you have to address if you shall be relevant in your transportation research now and in the future, not least when it comes to digitalization and data issues, which is a very tricky one to solve, as you all know, concerning data sharing, data security, data sovereignty, and so on. There is a lot of insecurities and a lot of questions that have to be sorted out before we can take any main leap forward here. So I think it's a nice way to have that kind of framework for the future research agenda, which of course the physical infrastructure is the backbone of the transportation system, and it's very important that we maintain and develop and construct that in the right way. So it was some short comment on the main topics that were addressed in this session.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Maybe Bernard, you can keep the microphone. You talk about electrification. This has been mentioned by everyone in the roundtable. So electrification of the road road system is a very critical issue. And for that, we have a specific working group that we have built within FEHRL, trying to analyze let's say, the scene and trying to envisage different solutions, assess them. And maybe Bernard, you could maybe give us, some of the main overview, just to give us, and also, of course, in perspective with what we heard before.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Bernard Jacob with the University Gustave Eiffel and co-chairing the working group on electric road systems. So I want just to introduce you this concept, which is maybe not fully known. First of all, it starts from a very simple principle. Electricity is easy to transport, difficult to store. That's very basic. So, and our ancestor understood that when we switched from a coal locomotive on the railway system to electrified trains and metro and trams, we did not put batteries on the locomotive, but we bring the electricity to the vehicles. So this is a concept which has several advantages, and we have a limited amount of electricity. We should pay attention to the efficiency, and the other solution have all limitation. I don't say that electric road system is a unique solution, but it should be one of the solutions. If we consider the business, first of all the modes are relevant. I don't say one mode is, but if you consider freight transport first, 80% more or less of the goods are transported on road. Everybody wants to increase the share of rail or waterborne, and a lot of effort are done. But if you consider the last 50 years in Europe, the share of road did not decrease. We can hope it will be the case, but it's not fully sure. So first of all, we have to transport goods on road. Also passenger, as said by Stefan, not all the passenger can be by train or by boat. So that's first thing. So we have to find solution to electrify. So there are different solutions to decarbonize the road transport, but some of them are temporary, like biofuel, etc. There are some limitation in resource, some limitation in the efficiency, and however some CO2 emission. Electricity is surely one solution. The question is how to put the electricity in the vehicles. So 90% of the passenger travel are less than 50 or 100 kilometers and can be done fully with battery, reloaded at home or at the depot. It's okay. But for long distance, it's a problem. Now, why to put large battery on heavy vehicle only for 5% of the travel, few times per year for cars, and for trucks only for long distance? If you put a lot of batteries on vehicle, you have to use a lot of raw materials. It is expensive, and you lose a lot of payload. For 40-ton trucks, if you want to have a range of 800 kilometers, which is not so long, you need 4 to 5 tons of battery, which will reduce the payload by almost 20%. That's an issue. So the idea is, if on the corridors, the most busiest corridor like motorway, concentrated motorway, you can put electricity. There are different technology, catenaries, rail in the soil or induction. You can bring the electricity to the vehicle, which does not avoid to have batteries, but you have a much smaller battery. You can reduce the battery size by 2/3, which is a great advantage in terms of cost, of weight, and of raw materials. Then you will say, what is the efficiency? If you consider the efficiency of biofuel or batteries, batteries also, if you look at the life cycle analysis, use energy to build battery, to recycle batteries. So the efficiency by batteries or by biofuel in terms of reduction of CO2, the target is about 60%. We have more ambitious target. With electric road system, you can reduce the CO2 emission by 85%, which is much higher. So this is also a benefit. I will say just a few words on hydrogen. Many people think that hydrogen could be energy of the future. It's a myth. Why? First, hydrogen is not an energy. It's like a wallet. That's different, wallet and money. If you have a wallet, you don't have money. But if you have, and a wallet does not produce money. And hydrogen is not native on the earth. You have to manufacture the hydrogen. Today, 99% of the hydrogen is made from fuel, and for 1 kilo of hydrogen, the emission is 11 kilo of CO2. you have to decarbonize about 90 million tons of hydrogen for industry, agriculture, steel industry, etc. For road transport, if you put hydrogen for road transport, you will need more hydrogen. The efficiency is 1/3, about 27%. The electrolysis to have green hydrogen is 60%. The compression is 90%. And then whatever it is, fuel cells or engine by hydrogen is about 50%. So altogether 27%. I come back to the wallet. If you have a fully reliable wallet, which you put 100 euro and you come out 27 euro, will you use this wallet? That's exactly what hydrogen does. So hydrogen will be mandatory for industry, maybe for airplanes or long distance ships. So the rest is not the most relevant. So the idea to have a long range vehicle could be to combine ERS, electric road system, with other solutions. So there are a couple of issues to be analyzed, the installation in the road, the cost, etc. All these questions were already investigated. Some experimentation are running in Sweden, in Germany, hopefully soon in France, and we have plans to also carry out some large field experimentation. And we hope that within a couple of years, electric road system can be ready to complement the other solution, not to substitute.
Thank you very much, Bernard. I mean, you understood that if you have a wallet, you like to get, as much inside than at the beginning, even more. But so, Stefan, and then I'd like to ask also Philippe afterwards. Please, Stefan.
Yeah. Coming back to the infrastructure. In the past, it was my understanding from road infrastructure, it's asphalt and stones. But it's absolutely clear that in the today and in the future, it will also be the digital infrastructure and the energy infrastructure, the grid and electricity supply. And that's the reason why we all together with FEHRL, with Alice, with our partnership, with the European Commission, we try to have the system approach. And we have many activities in research and innovation where we try to improve the system, the vehicle, the infrastructure, the digital services, all these things. And we had a lot of discussions in our community and together with the European Commission beyond these research activities, which are good and needed and highly welcome. Beyond this research activity, what could be the next big step for the action to the shift towards zero emission mobility? And here we discussed it, and when I say we, that this is a big group of stakeholders in the European area, FEHRL, Alice, AirCharge to Zero, CCAM, and others, where we said the next big step is not only 1, 2, 3 trucks running on long distance from a specific depot to another depot, maybe with some digital services. The next big step is really a European corridor where hundreds of trucks, maybe thousands of trucks are running in an electrified mode, in an E-mode, with digital services via several countries. And how does this look like? And then we discussed it with our colleagues also from the grid. And they said, oh, it's really a challenge, because if we are running hundreds or thousands of trucks, at a certain point, they need to be recharged. And here we need charging areas and charging facilities. And when we compare the areas where the trucks are parked today on the highways with the electric grid, it does not fit together. We need to create the new grid to the areas where the trucks need to be recharged. The same is for the digital infrastructure. We need, for automated driving and services, we need the digital digital infrastructure. And So we need to create this in the first step. And therefore, we made together a proposal that Europe should try really to create such an ambitious multinational corridor. Many countries, more than 1,500 kilometers, huge number of electrified trucks running on battery electric technology, because this will be the pain point in the next years. I see your arguments quite well, but the next pain point will be for battery electric trucks and charging infrastructure with a digital infrastructure. And this is a common proposal from all these different stakeholders. And when we discuss this proposal, then you will get immediately two types of feedback. The first feedback is, oh, it's so complicated. Because we need the road authorities, we need the construction industry, we need the member states, we need the grid, we need the digital sector. It's so complicated. Yes, it is, but therefore we should do it. We need action, as you said. We need action, not only buzzwords, we need action. And the next step is such a corridor. And the second thing is, oh, it costs so much money. Yes, that's true. But if we really want, and we are all convinced that we need to make the shift, then we have to spend it. And yes, it's a proposal for one corridor. It's the first corridor. It's quite clear that we need a network of corridors. But let's start with the first one. And if we do so, then we learn. I'm quite sure we will learn something about technology, but I'm quite sure that we will learn about the process, how to organize this, how to make this. And that's our multi-stakeholder corridor proposal, and I'm very happy, and I would like to say here in this room, thank you very much for the collaboration with FEHRL, with Alice, with CCAM, with the other stakeholders, that we had been able to come to a common proposal on such a corridor.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Actually, it was we started first. When Mathieu mentioned that at the conclusion that we need to act, then Philippe said we need to act. Now we are in the action level, and so this I can see some willingness to react, but then you will need to get the microphone. Except if you want to react now, Philippe.
Well, I'm always happy to talk.
So yes.
So sorry about the other speakers. One of the previous speakers mentioned a vision for transport. Actually, sorry. All right. So
better FEHRL.
In this way, like that. I don't know, I should know, but I don't know what should be our vision, what will be the landscape of transport in 10 years, 15 years, or 20 years' time in Europe. But there is one thing I know. It will not be the same as we have now when we will be replacing all the vehicles with battery electric vehicles. That's for sure. And when it comes to fuels, I think you actually killed quite eloquently hydrogen. I would not be that severe with hydrogen, because I think there is room for hydrogen, there is a place for hydrogen in the transport sector, in that vision that we don't necessarily know exactly what it is, but certainly for the future. There is room for electricity, for batteries, there is room for fuel cell, there is room for hydrogen. I would say, and my colleagues are going to hate me when I'm going to say that, there is even room for biofuels and e-fuels, I'm sure, somewhere. Not a lot, but there will be a room for it. So, that means that when it comes to research and innovation, we need to be agnostic and invest in a number of solutions that are not necessarily the mainstream solutions that we have in mind as of today. And I think this is something which is very important that we need to keep in mind. Coming back to the corridor proposal that was presented to you by Stefan, I think it is quite an attractive proposal because precisely it combines many different things. It's about vehicles, it's about passengers vehicles, it's about freight, it's about automation, it's about electrification, it's about transporting goods and people across borders, which is very challenging, as you know now. I think the idea itself is very appealing. We probably need to work a little bit more or a lot more on it in order to make it implementable. And I think this is something that we should look at it very seriously, because the implementation of that corridor will tell us a lot about what we should be doing and what should be our vision for transport in the next decades or so. So who should I give the microphone to?
Actually, I will give it to Malika at the end, and then it comes back to Hugues.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, we have, and we are moving to a huge infrastructure transformation, transformation. That is for sure, and we need to get ready. And just to build on what has been mentioned, stating, not for trucks, but for light vehicles, all over Europe, all the European toll operators are now deploying rapid charging stations on the service area. This is where the drivers are stopping, but the need is also outside, of course, and this is part of the roadmap. And mentioning what you also addressed, to finance this corridor is the cornerstone. And we do have European funds, but we need also to have sustainable financing scheme in order to address the deployment. One corridor will be the test, the pilot, or whatever, in order to set up somehow the guidelines. And then after, the deployment of this corridor all over Europe in order to make sure that there is interoperability, a free flow system moving, and also a good, let's say, charging scheme deployed, that will require huge investment. And this part has not been, when we have this pilot, we need to see how we will deploy it in a sustainable way. And sustainable financing is the key issue. Governments will for sure, they will be able to finance it if there is a will, but somehow there are other priorities, social priorities to be addressed, and we need to find appropriate financing scheme to sustain this huge deployment of a new system all over Europe. And I'm mentioning that because we do have a sustainable financing scheme that has been used to deploy the important need of road infrastructure all over Europe, and it is based on user polluter pay principle. This is also something that the Commission has put high on the agenda. The Eurovignette Directive is here to support the idea, and we also, of course, have public-private partnership that is used to really secure this financial scheme. So I wanted to address that because we may have plan, but if we don't have the money to finance the plan, that is also an issue.
Thank you. I mean, for the money, we will keep that just for the end of the roundtable. Jan? And
yeah,
then,
now
yes,
I hijack it, right?
Yes,
because
please.
it passed through me. But maybe more on a personal note. So I completely agree with the idea of creating connectivity across Europe for many reasons, to make it one integrated, livable place. However, I think maybe the demand, I don't know, the demand calculations behind the corridor are maybe mostly based on the patterns of a linear economy, where you transport one product to the market, and you transport a waste product to another, and so on. And of course, that requires huge demands also of new infrastructures. However, a circular economy, I think, would reduce that demand when we think about more local value chains, which increases more reuse and remanufacturing of components, reducing that demand side. So I would just question whether that big new corridor is the solution, because you mentioned systemic level, and on a systemic level, I think we need to address those demand numbers.
Very good. Well, yes. So, but yeah, okay. You can certainly. Well, Thomas. Thomas, you wanted to react, but maybe you want to react also on this as well, and then we go. Everybody wants to react now. So.
Yeah, actually, my neighbor said almost what I wanted to say. Now, two points. I think we are now well aware that as far as climate change is concerned, there is a maximum amount of annual GHG emissions that we are allowed to have. Okay? I think we are not so well aware that there is a maximum amount of energy that each year we can consume. Okay? And for instance, if you follow the International Energy Agency reports, it means that in 2030, Europe should consume 15% less energy than 10 years before, okay? Which means there is a pot of energy, and this pot is available for all kinds of usages, okay? But at the moment, I still have the feeling that each industry is thinking that it's freely available and that actually moving from oil to electricity is going to solve the issue. It's not. Maybe it's going to solve the sector's issue, but it will make the issue even more difficult for all the other sectors. And one example, because I just read that in the press yesterday, the data center industry is very strong in Ireland, okay? It's consuming about 20% of the nation's electricity. And so much that more or less now the Irish government has put in place a kind of moratorium whereby new data centers are precluded from settling in the country. But what is happening now is that as there is no more electricity available, I read yesterday that 11 data centers have managed to get an agreement with the national gas company to buy gas and to build their own electricity power plants powered by gas, okay? So it's one example to say that putting actually an objective, a target on carbon is good, but it's not enough. I think the real limit is on energy. And we should have that in all our plans. And last thing I want to say is that I think we are all talk a lot about systems, and I think it's good. It's much more than talking about products. But I see very little actually systemic know-how used in a lot of studies. And maybe it's a call to the Commission. I think the Commission itself should develop this, let's say, kind of systemic discipline and apply it across all the sectors it has to cover. Because if we don't do that, we'll still be in a situation where each sector will have managed to optimize its own path, but to the detriment of others.
That will be for the end. Okay, the microphone will go step by step to you, Fernando. You have to be patient.
I will only a short comment. It's very interesting and very exciting proposal, this large corridor, and I also think that we should see it also as a major institutional innovation, because there are a lot of institutional factors that has to be dealt with at the same time, according to policy, responsibilities, planning, behavior, and so on and so on. So there are a lot of things to focus on that and to have a sharp implementation and actual implementation and focus from the start. And that, I think, it's a great opportunity to also focus on that kind of questions in this proposal. So we have it from the start, so to speak.
I just want to explain, I have nothing against hydrogen. It's only a solution for rich people in energy, because just to react on what was said on data center, if you want to decarbonize the hydrogen use in industry that you cannot substitute today, it's more or less 15 to 20% of the whole electricity consumption. For example, in France, is 1 million tons of hydrogen per year. If we want to produce that by electrolysis, we need about 6 nuclear power plants more, which is about 20% of the whole production, and it's the same worldwide. So now if we switch half of the truck kilometer to hydrogen, we need more or less the same amount of hydrogen as we use today for the industry, which is another 15% of the consumption. So as for the data center, it's possible, it's feasible, but do we have this amount of energy in addition? If we want to reduce by 15% the energy consumption in Europe by 2040 or 2050, where we will find this electricity? That's the question. But if we resolve that, hydrogen can be a good solution, but the efficiency is 1/3.
So I guess that it will be, yes. No, I think I'm sorry, Fernando, but I think Philippe wants to react.
I'm nothing for hydrogen either. I mean, as long as we talk about clean hydrogen, green hydrogen, I'm okay with it. The problem is with green hydrogen, that means that we need renewable energy to produce it. Every megawatt of renewable energy means that you need to install 3 megawatts. That's another issue that you have to take into account. Coming back on the corridor, we are actually testing it already. We have a project that is called MODI, and I don't know if later on in the day it will be discussed and presented by some people there, where we are already testing some of the components of the corridor that has been introduced by Stefan. So we will already have a number of elements that will help us shape this proposal further.
Okay.
It's the final tour now.
Well, I thought that yeah, but we are in the final anyway.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we are living in Europe in a free society, and we have a good economy in Europe. And I want to keep both, the free society and the good economy. And one element of a free society and a good economy is mobility. And for a good mobility, we need all the different modes. Wherever they are the best, we need all of them. And we need to improve the modes. And it does not make any sense to discuss if in future mobility will go up or down by 10% or whatever. In the next decades, we still will have a high level of mobility, and we still will have a high level of road transport mobility. And therefore, as a researcher, as an engineer, we say, let us improve it, and let us do it in the best way. And one element is for sure the electrification of road transport, and therefore we need this collaboration with the infrastructure, with the digital infrastructure, with the energy infrastructure. But anyway, for Europe, we need mobility, and road mobility will be for the next decades the most important mode when you look at the figures. If it goes up or down by 10%, doesn't change anything in our strategy.
It will be before Mathieu, before the box needs the box needs to go
no,
to
just,
okay.
just one,
okay.
one
You're
thing.
okay, okay.
How many gigawatts? If it goes down or up, it's not the same in matter of the amount of gigawatt, decarbonized electric or whatever. It does change. If you don't optimize, if you don't look at sobriety, if you don't look at mode shifts, you will need a lot more. At the end of the day, you will need how many? The question is, the systemic question is, how many gigawatts do I need to implement this model with or without sobriety and optimization? That's the only.
Fully agree. I was talking about this technology strategy for road transport. The strategy, which technologies are needed and which infrastructure is needed for road transport. And therefore, it's quite clear that we need to do the next step in terms of technology and the next steps in terms of infrastructure.
Finally.
Yeah, finally,
Now,
and you will
Thierry
do yes.
is the end of the panel. I cannot speak anymore.
No. You have actually
Okay.
5 minutes
There
at least for you.
There are a few points I couldn't take, so then I forget some. The first one, I like the wallet idea, and it's actually hydrogen is for energy-rich people, and actually it's also linked to the storage you mentioned, because at the end it's also true that if you tell you, okay, you put 27 euros in your wallet or 0, maybe you say I put 27, because sometimes in some countries you can produce more renewable energy of what you produce one day. So then we need to be able to storage energy, and that's question. It's hydrogen, it's stationary batteries, that it's also complicated. We don't know, but that's important. So then you can get or 0 or 27, and that's also good. Then the other point is for its creativity of people. In some countries, when you buy electricity, you buy at a price. When you sell electricity, you sell at 10% of the price, meaning that you get 10 euros compared to 100 euros. So you buy 100 euros, but you sell 10 euros. And this means that for those people, sometimes they can produce energy with their solar panels in whatever they cannot store, they say, okay, let's store in hydrogen. It's very inefficient, but still economically it's making sense for them to do that than to sell to the grid. Or in some countries it's even not possible to sell to the grid. So then that's also why hydrogen still needs to be in the pool, because we need a source to storage energy. Then on your comment, have you analyzed how much we can actually reduce with this local sourcing, reshoring of products? How much of the problem that could solve?
The circular economy is a very well-known developed concept, right?
It's a very well-developed concept. We need that, but then it means, okay, we move into that direction only, and we think this is the solution, and we say this is going to decrease transportation. I'm not sure if this is going to decrease transportation. Maybe decrease long-distance transportation. I can tell you it will increase short-distance transportation for all this recycling, and this logistics is one of the main problems why circular economy is not working, because you need much more transportation. Then the second is that forget about coffee. Where is coffee coming from? No cappuccino anymore.
From BMW, you can
no
some good.
cappuccino anymore. So then I think here it's also circular economy is basic and it's very important, but we also need to look into perspective how much of that can help us to solve. And then eventually on the road transportation, why it's so important is even if we achieve the targets on increasing rail by 50% 2030 and doubling 2050, and the same for inland waterways transport, because the share currently of rail is so low, this has very low implication. So if we take care what this increase the last mile for road and inland waterways and the forecast growth of transportation, it means that in ton kilometers, probably in the next 10, 15 years, we'll have the same ton kilometers in road. So that all projections said that even if we do our best to transfer to rail or to inland waterways or to short sea, we'll have a lot of transportation on road. And in our companies, we have many big manufacturers of all the goods you consume, and they are extremely busy in their carbonization. They have objectives to reduce emissions by 50%, 2030, and be net zero in a scope 3, meaning transportation, 2040. And I see a lot of push into all this direction, and in many other waste treatment or avoiding waste and recycling, but I don't see they are complacent saying this will be solved in this or this other way because circular economy. I think all the facets of this need to be worked out, and actually all of them are extremely important. So what I don't want to say is that everything is perfect or there is one silver bullet that will solve. We need to work on all of them, and hopefully we can also work in these very holistic projects, because we now, you mentioned Mori, we are in one project called CEFES that is on heavy duty transportation, electrification, and then you can find when we want to make our use cases across Europe in 2025, you find many details that are preventing you to do that. And imagine at larger scale, when we are talking now about 5, 6 trucks, when we talk about hundreds of trucks, complexities will be bigger. Sorry, it came late, but I took it my time.
Yes, as we say, last but not least. So thank you very, very much for all this contribution. And now I think it's, oh, yes, there is a question from the floor, yes.
Agnieszka from Road and Bridge Research Institute. First, just a quick question. I would like to know where exactly is the tested corridor, in which country? And the other issue is that I would like to ask about the cooperation between different mode of transport. As you said, yes, about road and rail. What's wrong with rail, actually? Because you said that there is, actually there is not about that road transport is not needed, but what's the proportion of road transport and how is the multimodality used? Of course, there is the last and first mile, as you said, which is road transport very needed, but is it really needed for the whole transport of the whole country, one the other?
The problem with rail is that there is no capacity for rail freight. So it's very complicated to really move freight from road to rail. We have companies in Alice that have managed to put most of their long distance transport on rail because it made sense for their business. But it took them like 5 to 10 years to create that capacity, and sometimes that capacity disappears and it's not anymore there. So even with the big efforts in Alice, we have one activity that is called increase the use of rail. So then we are very much on this. One of our members, together with another member, created themselves, they are zippers, not rail sector, they are zippers. They created one lane from Poland to Spain and the other way around. So then they are working themselves to creating the solution, to creating that capacity. But this, to make it in a scalable way, to make it not per project, to make it at pace, it's something that we don't see rail sector is taking up. We don't see, it was mentioned by Bernard, if you look into the transportation of freight into the rail, it's not increasing. And I can tell you, I have had many calls from many big companies telling me, Fernando, we want to increase our rail freight. How do we start? My answer is that it's going to be busy. They told me which consultancy, which company can help me to map my flows and get to me which freight services, rail freight services can do. I said, bad luck. I have not found that company. What I can tell you is what others have done in many years, putting the tenders for transportation. You have a rail solution, talking to the intermodal operators, working with them. After a few years, you start transitioning. And that's something that not every company, only big companies can afford. Smaller companies.
Because it takes a public scheme, it's a wonderful political issue for European Union to create the proper landscape in order to develop a systematic shift toward train transportation. It's not something that's going to happen by the magic of the invisible hand.
Correct. It's very complicated. It's as complicated or even more because of how this, and sometimes it's cheaper.
We had two examples. One in the French, there was a platform, and there's another example, linking France to Spain.
France is not a good country to go through rail with freight. That's I can tell you because I come from Spain and we made a lot of projects trying to bring goods from Spain to Central Europe and the other way around, and France was a little bit tricky. So then that's making it just impossible in most cases.
This is the point. Impossible because of the cost. I mean, political will is one thing.
Lack of political will, it's not that expensive.
Well,
when you add up...
We need political will for sure. I agree with you. We need political will for sure because that will give the, let's say, the guidelines. But then we also need a sustainable financing system.
Okay.
Money is not the issue.
Okay.
Money is not the issue.
Okay, so anyway, there is only one box normally. Yes. So, but it's getting very lively. And maybe just, one final word about that. There was just a comment from Bernard about this railway line that you just mentioned to me now.
Yes, just to say the railway is a fine solution, but however, for example, in France, over the last 50 years, half of the railway network was closed. And I suspect that it is similar in several other countries. And there are a lot of barriers. We also developed transfer, what we say, railway motorways, to put the trailers of trucks on railways. So it is done between Luxembourg and Perpignan. Initially, it did not start because there were only 3 trains per week, and the demand was not satisfied. Suddenly, after 5 years, it went up, and now there are 3 trains per day. So it's fully booked. But it represents 20,000 trucks per year on the corridor, while the motorway carries 1 million trucks, and it is saturated. And as explained by Fernando, if you want to increase, you have to build new track, you have to go around Lyon, etc. It's a huge amount of money, impossible. So it is saturated. And some other corridors were studied, and there are also some limitations. But I agree, it's practically, it could be a good. Also, another question. Do you know a lot of companies or supermarkets which are linked to the railway network? It was the case in the 50s. All the companies were linked to the railway network. All this connection was dismantled for safety, for crossing, etc. So now the companies, the supermarket are not linked to the, and if you have to transfer the good, it's not economical. So there are a lot of barriers, unfortunately.
Philippe, you want to have a last word, and then
I feel the need to save the rail
yes.
sector. As it happens in my unit, I'm dealing with rail sector as well and rail transport. And it is true indeed that there is an issue of capacity, but we have actually, the good news is we have a partnership on rail, which is called Europe's Rail, where we have all the major actors in Europe working on innovative solutions to increase precisely the capacity of the rail sector. And they have what is called the system pillar, where they are working together on the deployment of those solutions. I mean, there is a solution that is the digital automatic coupler that will help increase the capacity of the trains so that we can have a larger shift towards the rail sector. So just to say that it's not that black and white, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Right.
Thank you very much, Philippe, for this. And actually, yes, we are a road-oriented organization, but you've seen that we wanted to have a debate very, very open. Probably this debate, the next one could be a good one to be done at TRA next year in Dublin. This could be a good follow-up, you know, to expand on that particular issue. So this is a good way to make the transition. I can see that despite the fact that speakers didn't like this chair that are not comfortable, we stay quite a long time finally with you. Because simply we don't want to go for a 3.2 degree increase in temperature. We certainly want to make some strong transformation, not only optimization at the margin, but certainly strong transformation. As it was said, this is very, very, very difficult. There are some challenging targets fixed. Despite the fact that they are scary, they need to be put in action. There are good plans for these actions. Well, let's put, let's say, or let's use the right wallet so that we are not, you know, ending with wrong, you know, decision. And maybe in addition to the corridors, we can also have some loops in between so that we can, let's say, close in a way the debate and hopefully move forward. So with this, I would like to end our roundtable discussion and invite everyone for a lunch. And for the one online, I wish you good appetite. And we will meet again at 2 o'clock for the next session. Thanks again to the panel, for everyone, and for your speakers. En fait, ce que j'aimerais, c'est qu'on puisse faire ça à terrain avec un autre, encore un autre.
Ouais,
Voilà.
ça serait cool, ouais.
Voilà. C'est en fait une sorte de répétition, pas de répétition, mais de voilà. Good. Donc, ouais.
Bon, on s'amuse dans le transport.
Non, bah, parfait.
Moi, j'ai toujours un truc pour l'énergie, un truc que j'ai jamais compris. En fait, c'est pareil. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
il a dit j'ai une urgence, j'ai une urgence. Il m'a dit Carmé,
C'est qui va faire
il m'a dit Carmé peut faire, mais après il m'a
Good morning.
Hi, Mariana. Thanks for joining us. Thanks. Just a second, we'll test.
Absolutely. Let me just change the background.
Pas du tout. Où ça? Attendez, pardon.
Mariana, can you hear us perfect?
I can hear you perfectly. Can you hear me?
Yes, as well. Yes,
Okay.
thanks a lot.
Very good. Very excited about the event. Angelica, everything works on my side. I'm just gonna stop my video and mute myself until 5 minutes before the event.
Perfect. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Hi, Angelica. Same here, I think, for on my side. But I'm going to actually have to log off because I have a meeting with the board. So I'll log on again 5 minutes before my intervention.
Okay, perfect. Eva, thanks.
Thanks. Bye.
Lawrence. Can you hear me? Or Angelique? I don't think you can hear me.
Yes, it's fine.
Yeah, we can hear you. It's just you are already logged into the room. So right now everyone is listening to me. So yeah.
Understood. I will send you a text message. Thank you.
But yeah, so if you have any problem, do not hesitate to message me or Angelica. And yeah, so what was your question or problem? I can't hear. Where is she talking now? No one is talking. I'm just.
Est-ce que vous écoutez avec votre
quoi ça?
L'autre, j'ai laissé.
Non, mais je prends l'autre aussi.
Ouais, c'est bon. Pardon. Je pense que tu peux déjà mettre ta présentation si tu veux en truc. Ça, c'est un micro.
Ok. Non, mais t'inquiète, mais vas-y, je te laisse relancer la
Non, mais je pensais que tout à l'heure, c'est pour toi, tu peux aligner avec ce micro-là quand tu vas te mettre au milieu. Est-ce que tu les as invités en table ronde, c'est ça?
Après, oui, je vais le faire là tout de suite. Je les
Et
invite à venir.
ensuite, ça, c'est celui, ça, c'est le micro qui va passer de personne à personne.
Ok, non, monsieur, je vais mettre là pour inviter.
Oui, ça, j'ai compris, c'est clair. D'accord.
Si tu dis bonjour,
voilà, tu peux garder le micro. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's start again our second part of FEHRL. So I invite you to have a seat. We will close also the doors that nobody escape. And so the second part of the afternoon will be divided into two sessions. And the first session is about biodiversity and infrastructure, a topic that we have not talked much in the past. We have talked this morning very much about climate and especially energy and the consequences for mobility. But there is also another burning issue, biodiversity. Anything we harm in terms of nature, the nature will not harm back us on the voluntary basis, but certainly, unfortunately, we will be hampered in our way of living. So for that, we have a great session that will be led by Yannick Autret from the French Ministry of Transport and Environment, and a number of other panelists that will come later on. So I give the floor to Yannick for this very interesting session.
Thank you, Thierry. So it's always a challenge to start a session just right in the afternoon, and so I will try to wake up a bit to start this afternoon. Before starting to explain what are the key issues on the transport and biodiversity topics, I will invite all the panelists to join me on take the place here. Wally, unfortunately, will not be with us this afternoon. He has a problem in his basement with water, flood, and so he has a problem of infrastructure, but not exactly this one. And we will thought a lot to him. So. Sylvain, maybe first to invite you. You are working with Tereoico where you want, and you are part of the Bison project. Hilde Egermont, yes, thank you. You are the director of the Biodiversa Plus partnership. Rafael Stanecki from DG Move from European Commission. Mariana Silva Zuniga from World Bank will be online, as Eva Maria Mayer-Hofer from European Investment Bank, and we will also welcome Benjamin Caspar from DG Environment, also, thank you, and last but not least, Nicolas Autière from University Gustave Eiffel. So thank you all for being there, so time will run now. Just to start, to give you some elements about what does represent today investment and infrastructure at a global scale. We have more than $2.5 trillion that are invested every year on infrastructure. It will increase more or less until 4 $4 trillion in 2030. So huge investment, and on all infrastructure, the GDP from transport represents at a global scale more or less 12% of the total GDP. If we talk now about biodiversity, what does it represent? Okay, it's not exactly the same scale. For biodiversity, we have between 80 and 100 billion dollars invested a year, but small difference. It's about 50% of the global GDP that is represented by biodiversity. Yes, it's a small point. It's more or less, yes. It's up. And here you have the scale between what is invested every year on infrastructure and what does represent the difference on GDP. It's a bit questioning. What is happening? Because both share the same place. They share the same territory. We don't have separated transport infrastructure and biodiversity. We have only one Earth. We have only one territory. And we need also to entangle narrowly all of them. And how we will do that? How can we integrate this without talking about this topic? Here you have just a small graph. It has been just published this morning, I just updated my presentation with that. I thought it was interesting because this morning we talked about climate change issues. Here you see that is becoming more and more red, more warm. But below you have the biodiversity decline with less and less species, with a decline that is really stronger and stronger. In less than 30 years, we have lost in Europe more or less 80% of insects in some regions of Europe, but it's really a global challenge. And we don't talk about mammals, about fishes, and it's exactly the same. The decline, we cannot separate climate change and biodiversity. We need also to tackle both of them at the same time. And if you have a look on this picture, we have really the place to work. It's not only something that is in our mind, it's really something where we have as human to work. We are part of nature, we are part of, we need also transport infrastructure, we need energy infrastructure. We talk a lot about this in the morning, but we need also nature. Without biodiversity, we cannot live. It's as simple as that. We need it. It's fundamental for upcoming years. Without insects, without global ecosystems, we will have very strong problems. And the problem is coming very, very fast. Within the Bison project, we worked very hardly since 2.5 years, and I want also to thank the European Commission to have funded this project to make the first assessment on relation on transport and biodiversity. What are the challenges? What are the solutions to be developed? And in June, very close, 6 and 7 June, we will have a very important event co-organized with United Nations, with G7, G20, OECD, investment banks, and several international stakeholders that are looking also for solutions. And we need, if we want to gain time, it was also a question raised up this morning, if we want also to gain time, we need also to move quickly forward on this topic, and we need also to move together. So now I will give you some elements on the Bison project. It should have been Wally, but I will try to replace him even if he is not replaceable. So thank you, Wally, for having prepared this. So what to say about the Bison project? Bison project, it's also a big project. When it was published, also European Commission made a joke. They asked us to have at least 10 ministries of transport as members of the project. Okay, we said yes, okay, we will succeed. We have at the end 16 ministries of transport. It's not an individual initiative, it's really a joint initiative between 45 members, between ministries, between industrial actors, between NGOs that are really working together to move forward and to try to scale up this topic in a very wide scale. In 2.5 years, we did something that has never been done before. It's not just to say a smart word, it's a reality. the challenge of infrastructure and biodiversity has never been supported in that way before by European Commission and in other parts of the world. We made really a huge assessment with colleagues from US, from Asia, from Africa, from South America, and what we have done within this project with the support of FEHRL, with the support of several stakeholders, is really unique and is really the entry point for new actions. And really what we are trying to do within the Bison project is also to put together what is the best knowledge available, what will be the challenge for research and how to deploy it in the field of action, and the relation also for having really awareness on what is available is fundamental, because we need also not to reinvent the wheel. What has been well done for roads can be applicable for many other infrastructure and can be replicable for many infrastructure. And the state of play, state of art, good principles and good practices that have been evaluated within the Bison project also gave us a lot of tools to move a step forward. And within the final deliverables that will be given at the end of the project, by the end of June, we try also to be very attentive for end users. When we talk about infrastructure and biodiversity is often seen as a problem. Okay, how to deal with that? It's really, we have insects, we have mammals, we have collisions, but it's not so easy. It's not just that point. We need really to work on the entire life cycle of infrastructure, not only on the exploitation phase or on the project phase. And within the Bison project, we were very attentive to help end users to use what has been validated by science and to be used on the field. And it's still ongoing, and it's really a huge work, and I would like also to thank Carmen in the room and Luis that are here, that are doing a huge job with Sylvain to produce this tool. We are trying also to identify what will be the future of challenges to be achieved. We talk about climate change, that is also a problem for biodiversity, but biodiversity can also contribute to reduce climate change impacts. We talk about the usage of digital tools, digital twins and BEAM, things like that. So, and it's really very important also to find easier way to move a step forward all together. From a research point of view now, here you have this scheme. At the beginning of the project, we estimated that there was also links between different kinds of infrastructure. But what we have identified here is that there is also a strong relation between all kinds of infrastructure on the biodiversity topics. It's not only a question of roads or highway, and here the numbers that you can see, it's also the percentage of overlaps of topics that can be covered between roads and highway. For example, it's 97%. If you take roads and waterways, it's about 86. Sorry, my glasses are a bit not enough. But it's at the lowest level, it's 70–75%. So we can optimize our investment actions and capitalize really on research actions. And I think it's really important because we have today a silo effect among knowledge, and it has to be really avoided and reduced in the future. We need also to think in the long term. To optimize and to reduce also the impact assessment of infrastructure. But to reach that goal, we need also to take more risk. We didn't work only on research topics. We worked also on the research and innovation framework, because if we want also to move forward in this direction, we need really to rethink out of the box this topic. When we ask European Commission if we could also work a second step for the Bison project, the answer of European Commission say, okay, it's interesting, but it's not in cluster 5. Okay, we talk to cluster 6. They say it's interesting, but it's not in our cluster. So they send the ball in each other, and they say, okay, it's interesting, but it's something that is crossover, and it's not funded. Okay, don't worry, some others will fund. And we need really to have this third type of actor, knowledge brokers, to move forward, to give really clues that can be really something that can empower everybody to move forward. Here you have a scheme. I like really this scheme because I talked about the challenge to work between transport and biodiversity. Really, we are in the middle of nowhere, or in the middle of everything. It depends from your point of view. It's really a challenge to be faced because we are between research and application, transport and biodiversity, and we need really to mainstream it and to align with our international commitments and actions. And what will come very soon, it's also the need also to help companies, but also member states, to integrate biodiversity into their engagement for sustainable goals. And it will not be in 5 or 10 years, it will be in 2024 that it will require to have really tools to be developed. And we need also to move quickly on those key performance indicators that would integrate biodiversity. We need also to, what we have done within the Bison project, it's also mapping of recommendation on policy and legislation that are really opposite. When we talk about transport policies, when we talk about 10T, its objectives are integrating environment. But what is behind environment? It's only climate. Biodiversity, more or less forgotten. Maybe 0.1% of the world does include biodiversity. It's a very minor topics, but really it's a challenge. And from that point of view, we need really to align policies and legislation at national and European scale to be optimized. But we need also to optimize tools for investments, for research innovation for sure, but also for implementation on the field, to be really more coordinated, for having a more industrial approach that can be enlarged and with standards that can be appropriated by stakeholders. So it's from all those elements that we have worked on within the Bison project. But now I will leave the floor to Sylvain to talk about what is also a very important thing. We are at a crossing point. What can be the future? What will we decide together at European scale with member states, but also beyond, to choose as a future for the relation between transport and infrastructure? So, Sylvain, floor is yours.
Thank you, Yannick. So I'm here to present some results from the Bison project, where we discuss about what could be the future for biodiversity and transport infrastructure. So I'm here in the behalf of Catherine, who cannot join us today, but she led this part of the work. So first, short methodological point. The way we built these scenarios is not just a single discussion between a couple of people. We use the very structured methodology where we discussed about variables. What are the drivers of transport development and biodiversity conservation, to make it short. So this is the first step. Then, based on these drivers, and their past and future trends, we are building some small scenarios, and this part was made in workshops. So we have, for each combination of drivers, we are working on what could be the future of these interactions. And finally, last step, also done in workshop, was to use all these mini scenarios to build global ones. And by the end of the process, we finished with 4 main scenarios for the future of biodiversity in transport infrastructure. So keep in mind that these scenarios are not just a discussion between a couple of people. It's really the result of a long process with many stakeholders. So the 4 scenarios The first one is about transport system collapse, and I will develop it just after. The second one is about kind of a scenario of business as usual. The third one is everything is turned toward the decarbonation of transport infrastructure. And the last one is maybe the most utopic one, is that we change our way of thinking, and cooperation and partnerships develop between the sectors. So the first scenario, so the transport system collapse, is based on what happens with, I would say, the war in Ukraine, for instance. You can imagine many crises making the system falling down. And this way, the project results used to say that, okay, in this case, it can be in the first time very negative for biodiversity, but on the long term, it can be finally not so bad because of a recentering of production, logistics, and so on. We have more development of local economy and system, and finally less transport, which can be fine for biodiversity on the long term, and finally also good for climate change. The second one, which is more or less business as usual, is based on our current trajectories on the different policies. And finally, you already know how it works today, so the result is not so good, especially considering climate change. Third one is turned toward the fact that all the investments are dedicated to decarbonation of economy and ecological transition. So it's based on the hypothesis that we are developing renewable energy, for example, and change our energy supply without taking care about biodiversity. So just previously, Yannick said we must tackle both these challenges at the same time. And the results of the exercise shows that under this hypothesis, on the long term, the result for biodiversity will be very, very bad. And finally, as a global result compared to the business as usual scenario, this scenario is worse for biodiversity. So it reminds one more time that we have to tackle both these challenges at the same time, and not only decarbonation or biodiversity. The last scenarios comes from a lot of weak signals coming from all the many scenarios, and it's based on something more optimistic, where people are collaborating a lot, where exchanges between sectors are improved. And finally, it shows that if we are thinking the things in a holistic way, taking care about, at the same time, biodiversity, climate change, and sharing information and having holistic approaches, we can rapidly and easily turn towards something very positive for all at the same time, biodiversity and for climate change. Unfortunately, stakeholders think that this scenario is the less probable one, is the most utopic one. So, but we are not so far. So we just need a small step to go into that sense. The last two parts of this work provide some path to actions. So I won't develop it here too much, but it allows for showing some strategic ways of merging both to tackle at the same time biodiversity issues and climate change ones. So you can see that most of them are about funding, collaborating, and teaching. Okay, these are the main issues with planning. So have to have strategic views on all these things to ensure the holistic approach. And last point is about who must be engaged in such process. The results shows that it's almost everybody must do this, but the result also shows a real need for policies and administration to sustain this path to change. So they have major roles. Infrastructure sector, transport infrastructure sector cannot do everything alone, so they need some help. And here are the people who should help them with the finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sylvain. So thank you for this synthesis of scenario. So yeah, you have some problem about mixing infrastructure. So okay, now back to discussion. So I will invite Hilde and Nicolas to join on the floor. So and we will. Yeah, if you want, yeah. And first, I would talk about research as an accelerator of change. Hilde, I would like to know how should biodiversity be defined and understood? As coordinator of the Biodiversa Plus, can you give us some clues about it?
Like this? Oh, okay. Indeed, I mean, biodiversity is not an easy term to understand for the general public, but basically it refers to the variety of life on Earth, and it includes the diversity of species, but also the diversity within species, so genetic diversity, and also diversity between ecosystems, and then all the interactions between these levels. So it's much more than just like the sum of species. And that also means that it's also the combination of all the plants and all the animals and all the fungi and all the microorganisms, so it's quite substantial. And this biodiversity also gives us what we call ecosystem services, or like nature's contributions to people. To give you a few examples, it really provides us with the air that we breathe, with the food. It cleans the water. It's super important also for medicines. It's also very important to prevent flooding and to protect us against extreme weather events. It's also very important for our health, both mental health and our physical health. And it also gives us some like cultural and aesthetic values, so it's super important. It's basically our safety net. And very often we think that we can just trash like a bit or like a few species and that everything will be okay, but actually everything is very strongly interconnected, and we ourselves depend much more than what we realize. To give you an example, our own body contains more non-human DNA than human DNA. And also the whole COVID crisis showed that a very short chain of RNA can just basically close down the whole global market. So I think we really need to understand how important biodiversity is. And it's not just about like protecting what we now see and hear under the new targets, like 30% of the planet. We really have to think about also the remaining 70% and make sure that nature in that remaining 70 is also sustainably used and managed. And I think that is also where biodiversity and infrastructures are coming in.
Thank you, Hilde. As a leader of a partnership, what is your point of view on the clusters? How can also partnership bring also dialogue with other actors beyond also the borders that you have for biodiversity, but also how are you dialoguing, engaging the dialogue with other stakeholders, and how is that working very actively for Biodiversa Plus on this topic?
So first of all, I think we are very grateful that we are part of Horizon Europe. I must say that 10 years ago when I started my job, biodiversity was nowhere in the framework program, and we had been fighting hard to get the word inside. Now we even have a partnership of around 800 million euros, so in 10 years I think it's a big step forward. I think these type of partnerships, it's easier. These partnerships are also important because They are very ambitious tools of Horizon Europe, so that means that it allows countries to work together cross-border, which is of course important for biodiversity because biodiversity doesn't stop at the border. And it also allows us to work at scale. And in many cases, it's also initiatives that are also more sustainable on the long term. So I think that on itself is a big improvement. But then indeed, when you look at biodiversity, very often it is just within the cluster 6. There's maybe a bit in other clusters, but it's not very visible. Within our cluster, we have indeed the biodiversity partnership. We are combining 80 ministries currently, both from research and from environment, from over 40 countries, European and associated countries. So it's quite a big endeavor, and also both research and environment. So that's also helping us to bridge between those two sectors. And within the Cluster 6, the Biodiversity Partnership is collaborating with other partnerships, like the Driving Urban Transitions Partnership, that also has a mobility component in it. But very often that's just like, I know you and you know me, and let's just talk and bilateral exchanges. There's nothing very structural behind these type of exchanges between partnerships, even within our own cluster, let alone that we talk to other clusters. Although I strongly see the need to start doing that. We are doing a bit of a similar exercise now when it comes to the relation between biodiversity and health, because health is also within another cluster, and we now start to have dialogues with other partnerships focusing on that topic, and then identify what could be the niche of biodiversity to support the topic of biodiversity and health, and make sure that it doesn't fall between the cracks. Because I think that's the danger that you always have with these cross-cutting topics. Either it's everywhere, and then everyone is afraid of duplication, and everyone is like, yeah, we shouldn't do it because the others are doing it. But at the same time, if it's cross-cutting, then also very often it's dealt with nowhere. So I think that we should also be mindful of. So I would say I see a change of us opening up to other clusters and sectors, but there's definitely also some work to do.
Thank you, Hilde, for those precisions. Nicolas, I have a question for you. You are from University Gustave Eiffel, and biodiversity is not exactly at the heart of UGE, but you are, as a researcher and director of research, really at the nexus of challenges. And you promote a research that can be really a tool for transformative change. How can you define really this topic of transformative change and about all topics that is...
Yes. Thank you, Yannick, for this nice question. So I think that classically a researcher also have to produce knowledge, but see, the key point for me is to make the knowledge going out from the lab into action, so to support public policy implementation. Okay, that's for me, and so produce knowledge. This is the same, so propose tools also, gather data, process data, and propose solutions also that scale up. So, for example, to monitor biodiversity along an infrastructure. So it's a very generic question, but the generic answer. But the key point is to go out of the lab and to engage. That's what Sylvain showed. Engage with the society, engage with students, and so as to. So this is for me the key point.
And from an organizational point of view, how is this topic engaged into a structure like University Gustave Eiffel?
Okay, so maybe I have to explain a bit what is University Gustave Eiffel, because it will be an answer to this question. University Gustave Eiffel is in fact an experimental university in France, which gathers a research institute dedicated to transport and infrastructure, a classical university, architectural school, and engineering school. And in fact, we are a thematic. We have a label named ECIT. In fact, we have a thematic university on sustainable cities. In fact, we can have more money on that. We represent 1/4 of sustainable city research in France. Thanks to this label, we engage. So we are a thematic and a non-disciplinary university. And so as it is, we have money to engage a transformative project to see how this kind of institution can work together to solve this answer of sustainable city development.
Okay. I have a more personal question for you because you are a researcher, so you are evaluated into a disciplinary commission. And how are you doing when you have to work on crossover topics?
Yes. Just I will answer to your question, but in fact, I stopped this way of doing research after my habilitation to perform to directorate research 10 years ago. I thought it was not impactful enough to have this disciplinary approach. If you look at my publications, my more impact, I was working on fog detection for autonomous cars, what will be the roundtable after. But my most impactful research was for multimedia application for computer industry and not for transport. So it was a little disappointed, and so I changed my way of doing research. Is I joined the Forever Open Road initiative at FEHRL and try to work how we can develop the next generation of roads in France, and try to work with public authority to create a big challenge on that. We have 4 pillars. In fact, is as to explain the challenge, to work with public authority, then to catalyze groundbreaking risk-taking research, developing the research tools, installation to explore new kind of topics, and then working with local authorities to implement and to accelerate the project from local authorities. That was what strategy line in French is éclairer, catalyser, accélérer l'innovation routière. That's a French acronym, okay? And that's it for the way we do. And the problem is, yes, you mentioned this vertical approach of doing research, and as a as a director of a lab, I have conflicts in my lab around these 2 different views: as thematic research versus disciplinary research. And biodiversity is clearly a topic which is a good illustration of this tension between the way research is evaluated, in fact. Okay, I don't know if I have correctly answered to a question, but I can perhaps to take 2 clearly technical examples to enlighten the issue. For example, we as a researcher in the public infrastructure, we tackle the topic of public lighting, so light pollution. Okay, so as an ecologist, we could say we should stop all public lighting. That's a common answer. Sylvain will agree. But local authorities, cities, they did no, there is safety and security issues that you can't stop public lighting. And so as a researcher, we try to find a good balance between safety, security, and nature conservation. Okay? And so the question is where our researchers are able to publish this kind of things. Okay. But just
Thank you, Nicolas, for this example. That was really important also to show the need also to think out of the usual box. And maybe Hilde and Nicolas, I have a last question before asking other panelists. It's about now Horizon Europe also started some years ago. Based on your experience, how Horizon Europe is also taking into account cross-cutting issues. Is that well integrated? Or what are the challenges that you have seen from your point of view on what needs also to be improved in the future, or what could be improved in the future?
Good question, Yannick, thank you. Before you answer, you asked me the question, I was not able to have a clear answer on that. What I consider is that in H2020, it was, in fact, biodiversity was clearly a cross-cutting issue. But now in Horizon Europe, you have the cluster 5 and cluster 6. I don't know which could be the good way. So I will propose another option. Is it possible, for example, without any cluster, we jump to the excellence pillar of your, so for example, ERC, so European Research Council. Is it possible to have another type of research action will be thematic oriented ERC grants? So we will tackle the biodiversity from every discipline, very good a team of players, and having a grant on ERC will be the excellence, but seen from a thematic point of view. That's, for me, could be a nice way to tackle, to recognize research, thematic research, also as also an excellent solution.
Thank you. Hilde?
Yeah, I also find this a very difficult question. As I mentioned, at least I do think there's more like a systemic and holistic approach. For example, so we now have the Biodiversity Partnership. It's called Biodiversa Plus, but it's actually building on a predecessor, which is called Biodiversa. And previously, we were only composed of ministries of research. And to become a partnership, the requirement was you also need to include the ministries of environment. So now we have both and nearly equal size. And so I think that is something that was pushed through Horizon Europe. So I think that's a good development. We are also kind of motivated to not only have these two types of partnerships on board of Biodiversa Plus, but also in the countries. We try to have more policies involved, including, for example, also the ministries of agriculture, or maybe also the ministries of transport or energy and the others. So I think through the national level, there's also lots that can happen, even if it's not like formally part of Horizon Europe, but then through some national hubs, I think we can also work on these cross-cutting issues. Then I think also between partnerships, I think we can for sure work on the topic of biodiversity, but seeing it from different angles. We have nature-based solutions as part of the Biodiversa work program. And what we then really focus on is the importance of biodiversity for making a nature-based solutions resilient, but also the other way around, to use nature-based solutions to increase benefits. So whenever we talk about nature-based solutions, biodiversity is at the heart. But then, for example, if you look into a partnership like agroecology or maybe the driving urban transitions, they will also have a focus on nature-based solutions, but from a completely different angle. So I think we could also do things like in complementarity. And then maybe the last thing is that within Horizon Europe, maybe it could be useful to also look into the missions. I understood that the missions are the place where you should have these cross-cutting issues. I don't think is there a mission on infrastructure? I don't know, actually, but maybe if there's not one, maybe you can push for one, and then we can all work together to make it happen. But maybe that's also an option.
Thank you, Hilde. Rafal, I see that you wanted to react.
I just wanted
it will
to
be a
add,
good transition.
Too short, because Hilde mentioned the lack of coordination between the clusters. I can assure there was an issue also within the clusters, because in cluster 5 there were transport, climate, energy, so it was already difficult within clusters, not mentioning outside. And the second point, so insider information, the reflection on the next framework program already started discussion, so it's a time to start your lobbying also, and contacting relevant stakeholders in the Commission.
So thank you, Rafal. It's a very nice transition, and thank you, Hilde and Nicolas, for this first part of discussion. Now we will move to Benjamin and to Rafal for more questions. Rafal first, maybe. Rafal, from DigiMove point of view, what is the role of DigiMove on environmental issues, and what are your priorities on environment? What is behind the word environment for DigiMove?
I should probably start with a declaration of sin for transport. So one of the major polluters, 25% of greenhouse gas emissions, and then pollution related 400,000 premature deaths in Europe, not bad. And then 120,000 citizens subject to the noise problem. So historically, transport was treated as in the economic terms, and this aspect, economic objectives were predominant. So we are now in the process of transition to notice there are also emissions, and there are also biodiversity issue. So the three major externalities which concern transport infrastructure and biodiversity is the habitat loss, habitat fragmentation, and habitat pollution or degradation due to emissions. The first two, fragmentation and loss, are directly related to transport infrastructure because you construct on something, and then there are all the species that we're trying to protect are there. What happened, the awareness has been growing. It's a slow process, and the biggest support came with the new European Green Deal related to target of emission reduction. So in DigiMove, in 21 had its strategy, sustainable and smart mobility strategy. It's been focused mainly on emissions. So in this way, it will also, by limiting emission, will limit biodiversity issue with pollution. It's not solving the problem, but I think it's the first step. And then probably there will be more aspects in 10T also. I will be also mentioning a slow appearance of biodiversity conscious in revised 10T. I will come to this later. In transport, we have some competencies are not in DigiMove. For example, vehicle emissions are with DigiGrow. What we do is periodic controls of vehicles. So this is also what DigiMove tries to make it more strict.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So do you want to bring more?
I think it's.
Okay. So maybe we can talk a bit more about 10T. You just mentioned that you had more to say about 10T, and it's when we prepared also this session, you talk about the Death Valley of transport for biodiversity while talking about 10T. Maybe I
don't know. Does everybody know 10T? What it's about? Okay, so
you are in a transport area.
No, I don't see reaction, so I understand that there's 10T Trans-European Networks. It's its European competence. It has a form of 9 cross-European corridors. It covers all modes, so road, rail, inland waterways, short sea shipping, and airports. It is EU competence, it implemented via regulation, and the goal is to strengthen the cohesion. I'm saying this just to clarify that Europe has actually limited competence in transport area. It has these 9 corridors, money which comes with it. So CEF, it is financial instrument, 25 billion euro for 7 years, which is supposed to help to implement these objectives on the 10T corridors. There are objectives 2050, 2030 the closest is to have the core network completed, and so and 2050 comprehensive. So we have very tangible objectives concerning the transport infrastructure construction. Where biodiversity comes in all this is 10T regulation, which is being reviewed, and I think it's close to conclusion after the exchanges between the Commission, Council and the Parliament. I checked the previous version and the proposal, and I noticed more references to biodiversity. Now in the articles of the regulations, not only recitals, which is kind of wishful thinking element of the EU law. It, for example, requires, if member states wants to diverge from the set standards to make it weaker, to each time assess the impacts of biodiversity. There were some elements which were added by the European Parliament. For example, I found that a comment on avoiding barriers on rivers leading to biodiversity loss. This is, I can't tell if this will be retained. It's still in negotiation, but there is a clear push from the European Parliament to strengthen biodiversity in the 10T regulation. We have also a climate proofing requirement, which is more two legs. One is mitigation, so limiting emissions, indirectly also important for biodiversity, and the second is resilience for climate change. And I think I should also mention a requirement of do no significant harm principle, which is related to EU taxonomy. This is just a method to assess if the investment is contributes to the climate, to the sustainability. So basically emissions and all new investment will have to be proved that it's sustainable. And one of the areas of this do no significant harm principle is protection and restoration of biodiversity and ecosystems. This is everything is new, so it's still kind of how we're going to implement and where we're going to implement with different, not lobbies, but maybe stakeholders trying to make the best of it, or trying maybe to avoid to changing the business model. So we are at the beginning of the process.
Thank you, Rafael. Benjamin, I have a question for you. You are from DG Environment, and what are the relation for DG Environment on infrastructure? What is the challenge from DG Environment point of view on infrastructure?
Thanks. Yeah, and thanks for inviting me here. And I find the projects really interesting and very useful at the moment. Even the presentations which I read before this meeting, I was really quite inspired by some of the things. And I think mainly the reason that I was excited by that is because we're not really doing enough, in my view, to link transport and infrastructure and biodiversity, and I think we need to do more, and that's something that is beginning to happen, and I'm maybe going to explain why now. But I think this project, and certainly some of the outcomes where you're talking about the results and the proposals, I think that's something we could really use. The background for me and the work I've been doing is on the Green Deal, which has really increased the visibility and the importance of nature and biodiversity and environmental policy compared to in the past. And my working life in the last 3 years has been completely different to the previous 17 years, because suddenly we're in meetings where people are listening to us a little bit more, and because the President and the whole Green Deal says nature and biodiversity are incredibly important, which, I mean, I knew already, but no one else seemed to agree. And it's up there with climate change. They're very much linked, as you said. And so I think that's been a real difference. And while with the Green Deal came the biodiversity strategy, which is for 2030, which we had a biodiversity strategy for 2020, and we had a whole load of voluntary targets to meet and aims, and none of them were met. So we were sitting there going, well, if we, what are we going to do differently this time with the biodiversity strategy? So it's actually been quite a bold strategy that's come forward, and it's got 4 key sort of elements. One is that we're increasing the amount of protected areas at land and sea to 30% of land and 30% of sea. Currently, we're at about 18% on land. That's Natura 2000 and national parks, etc., and protected areas. So that's going to go up 12% by 2030, and at sea we're at 8%, which is really low, and that's a really big challenge, and that's going to go up to 30% as well, in theory. And the next thing was that there was a recognition that protection is not enough. I mean, we're really in a massive biodiversity crisis. I'm not going to go into it here because we haven't got time, but you mentioned some of the statistics and the things you mentioned earlier, but we're really losing biodiversity at a rapid rate, and that's biodiversity on which we depend. It's insects, pollinators, it's the quality of our soil, it's the trees and green space around our cities, etc. So we've come forward with the nature restoration law, and at some point during the process, we have a regulatory scrutiny board, and you have to go and be interviewed about your legislation to say, why is this legislation the solution to a problem? And the question was, why do you think the voluntary targets were not met? And I was like, because they were voluntary. Because voluntary targets, if there's a financial cost to implementing a target, often it's not going to be met. And there's a bigger question, is who the actors are involved in things. So at some point in some issues you do need to come forward with some sort of regulation, and that's why we've come forward with a nature restoration law, which is currently being discussed in Council and Parliament, and it sets legally binding targets on member states to restore nature. Essentially, by 2050, it should be that there should be restoration measures in place for all ecosystems which are degraded. And that includes urban ecosystems. It's not, I mean, obviously there's a lot of transport infrastructure which is not urban, but it's a very, very important part of that. That's the one I'm in charge of. And then our urban ecosystem target is quite simple, actually. It's not the full solution to biodiversity in urban areas, but it says there should be no net loss of urban green space and tree canopy cover by 2030. Compared to today. So that steady loss and decline that we've seen has to be reversed, and then there will be an increase in green space and tree canopy cover from then on to 2050 of a fairly significant amount. Now that law doesn't directly relate to transport infrastructure, but it relates to all infrastructure in and around cities. So hopefully it will at least have an influence on urban planning to mean that you have to start thinking, how are we going to integrate green infrastructure into our new development projects. It doesn't mean you can't build and develop. It doesn't mean you can't build houses, but you have to do it green. You have to think about where you're building, and you have to think about how you're building. And the other 2 aspects of the biodiversity strategy, which I think are relevant, well, one is a big mainstreaming push. That's to make sure that biodiversity, we've been doing that for years, but now we're doing it even more. That's linked to everything, that all the other policies should be sustainable and should be green, and there's a big finance element to that as well. So from 2027, by 2027, 10% of the entire EU budget should be being spent on biodiversity directly, not just indirectly. So that's a big amount of money which has to be spent on biodiversity-related projects. How that's, and that answers one question about research. You know, can we have biodiversity in 5 and 6, but also elsewhere? Yes. I mean, because get to 10% spending, we can have quite a lot of different research projects on biodiversity. I think that's really important. The other thing was that this whole policy is part of our global biodiversity framework deal, and that actually happened. And we went to Kunming, which was in Montreal, for COP15, and we've now agreed a big global biodiversity framework, which was off the back. A lot of things came from our biodiversity strategy, so they're pretty good. I think just coming back a little bit to the local scale, or I think one of the key points to all of this, the Green Deal, and then all the different things we're doing, and the mainstreaming, is that departments have to work a bit more closely together. DG Environment, DG Move. I have worked together with DG Move on various things, the Sustainable Urban Mobility Plans being one of them, which you're probably quite familiar with. But we need to keep working together, and actually at local level, we're encouraging all cities to have urban greening plans. But an urban greening plan isn't just a parks and gardens plan. It's about integrating green thinking and biodiversity into the whole urban planning process based on a vision, etc. So there's this whole integration of biodiversity. It really needs to happen more, and I'm looking forward to the results of this project for ideas of how we can do that for major transport infrastructure as well, because I think it was in the introduction to this event, but it is something that we don't talk about enough, and we certainly don't do enough about. It's one of those sort of strangely hidden things, and you sit there going, why is no one talking about this, you know, massive biodiversity impact is transport infrastructure. So yeah.
Thank you, Benjamin. Maybe a last reaction from Rafal, if you want, about how you are connected with DG Environment, and how you are also maybe your personal experience about how to move together forward in this direction.
Sorry?
It was also about your relationship with DG Environment, and how you are working on this point, as also Benjamin testimonied.
It's were my colleagues who were in charge of the urban mobility framework. We didn't work together yet. But what I wanted to add is that it was possible to add into the Horizon Europe 30% spending on climate emission reduction projects. So there is a obligation for Horizon Europe that 30% of budget must be spent on topics which are on emission reduction. Why not have something similar in the next work program on the biodiversity?
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Rafal and Benjamin. So now it will be a challenge part, because no, it's before. We will have our online speakers that will take also the floor. Maria, Eva, are you online?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear, Yannick.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you. Maria, you have only 15 minutes left, if I'm right?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so I will try to be efficient, and we will try to move together forward. So maybe I will start with you, Maria, about the role that investment banks play. We face a global challenge. It's not limited to Europe. We face a global challenge. And what do investment banks play in the relation between infrastructure and biodiversity? And what tools are you developing, and why and for which standards?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation, Yannick. I have been enjoying very much this discussion, so much knowledge from the participants, that I think a very good forum for dialogue in a way that we can shed light into the important things of biodiversity. So jumping into your question about the role of investment banks, I think every time that we talk about the private sector, specifically on investment bank, we need to emphasize the word investment, right? If we talk about the private sector, we need to make sure that we talk about the business case of nature-based solutions, like what is in for the private sector and how can we make solutions that they're financially viable, or as we call it, bankable. And that requires monetization of the benefits. I think a lot has been said so far from participants about the role, the important role that nature-based solutions have in infrastructure, and specifically to transport. In my years at IDB, we actually use managing and restoration vegetation to enable root system to avoid landslides for highways across South America. It became a very good example in the way that you can regenerate soil and help to reduce landslide, to avoid as well flood risk, and to assess to support transport lanes. So I think that was a case study that was implemented in Chile, then replicated in Colombia, and later on in Mexico. And why am I bringing this example? Because I think replication and studying the use of nature-based solution and trying to get more information is what is going to help to build the business case. Let's draw a parallel of where we were with energy efficiency 50 years ago. Energy efficiency is now very, very common for all investment banks around the world. They know how to model it. They know how to bring discounted cash flow to present value. They know how is the ESCO model. But 50 years ago, when we said about ESCO and we said about the type of financial model, it was something new. It was something risky. It required blended finance back in the day. So I think if we fast forward to the way that we want to be, we need to make sure that we develop those tools and those things that will support building the business case. So 2 points here very quickly. First one is the importance of project preparation. Where I said at the Global Infrastructure Facility, we support client countries through the multilateral development banks, including the World Bank, with project preparation. And we oftentimes try to embed resilient component, and most of them being nature-based solutions, from coral reefs and mangrove restoration for effective breakwater against coastal flooding, to forest and upland vegetation to help regulate water supplies, that it helps with hydroelectric energy generation. So we try to embed this, because the more data we have in the future, then it will be easier to replicate at the bigger scale. I think it was one of the colleagues on the panel that mentioned that it's crazy to think that something that has and generates so much value for nature, it's still being destroyed. Like 80% of our wetlands have been converted. 75% of our land surface has been altered already, and 66% of our oceans are experiencing threats. And millions of hectares of primary forests have been lost so far, and even though they bring a very good value for society. So the key role here is, let's try to do more project preparation, more defining the business case, more data driven, if we want to involve investment bank in the private sector for investing in diversity. I'm going to leave it here.
Thank you. Eva, are you online too?
Yes, I'm online, yes.
Okay. So from European Investment Bank point of view, what is your role as a European Investment Bank on the relation between infrastructure and biodiversity, and how are you improving this in?
It's a big question, right? But just to complement also what Mariana said, I mean, we are part of the multilateral development bank family, so very, very similar approaches as to the World Bank or Inter-American Development Bank. But the first entry point, of course, remains standards, and the fact that the standards that we have, the environmental and social standards, can be seen as the first line of tools, not only to reduce risk, but to maximize opportunities. And the MDB's environmental and social standards tend to become the benchmark. So if you think in the private sector, you've got as a benchmark, often you hear that IFC performance standards are being referred to, but within the European context, I think our environmental, climate and social policies and standards are being also recognized as leading benchmarks for climate and environmental risk. So basically, this is about mainstreaming biodiversity into the decision-making process. But in addition to managing risk, and we heard previous speakers, especially from DG Environment, with regards to the management of risk in terms of the taxonomy and do no significant harm, there is also an important part is also to capture those benefits and to understand, and that comes a little bit to Mariana's point about monetization. I'll take it a step further and I'd talk about valuation. And if you do not provide the true costs and benefits of measuring the environmental footprint or the biodiversity footprint in your investment, it is very difficult to capture the externalities and the socioeconomic benefits that biodiversity would provide. We do this, so the economic appraisal plays then a central role in informing also our decision makers as to whether we should go ahead with this project or not, or understand better the trade-offs between, you know, especially you're talking about globally in a development country context or in a developing context is, all right, you have a development objective, that's your entry point, right? But is that development objective, and then you've got your biodiversity objective, what are the trade-offs in meeting your development objective? Are there any trade-offs? In fact, there shouldn't be any trade-offs, given the fact that biodiversity underpins pretty much socioeconomic development. But in some sectors, those trade-offs may be perceived wrongly. So you do need to do that valuation. And so what we have been developing, I mean, we already calculate the shadow cost of carbon. We have other environmental externalities that we have included in our cost-benefit analysis or multi-criteria analysis. And what we are now looking at is really how do we best integrate finding the right transfer values. And this is challenging because I think one of the points is biodiversity is local. Is the right transfer values for ecosystems and their services into our own economic analysis. And then I think expand on the point that Mariana made is impact measurement. If we don't start measuring impact and understanding how our financing is impacting on biodiversity positively and negatively, we just will not be able to adjust our financial flows. And this is, I think, very important. And then, of course, it falls on having the right data. What is, I mean, we sit on a lot of data, right? So it's collecting the right data, understanding of what our clients can collect as data, then making sure that the metrics that we have, the metrics and the indicators that we have are market relevant and are able to then measure the trends over time. So I'll just stop there in terms of the roles that we play. But as the European Investment Bank, of course, one of our main roles is, of course, to contribute to the implementation of European policies, and that includes, of course, the biodiversity strategy.
Thank you, Eva. For sure, time is running, and I have so many questions, and I have to choose among the remaining one. And maybe for both you, Mariana and Eva, you are working simultaneously on indicators that integrate also climate change, but also the experience of climate change indicators is used or can be used also for establishing indicators on biodiversity. And maybe I can include also Hilde from IBE's point of view if you want after to react after Eva and Mariana.
Yeah, absolutely. I can come in, and I have to say I agree with everything that Eva has highlighted so far. Very similar approach as well to what we are experiencing in other MDBs. I think that the key of indicators, Eva already mentioned it as well about KPIs, just two things to mention here. I think there's a lot of effort globally to try to standardize certain things at a certain way. For example, the GIF has been co-leading the FAST Infra label for sustainable infrastructure at the asset level that has a very robust and strong sector for nature-based solutions and biodiversity aspects. But I think that the key here is that biodiversity is local. every single project, every single resilient solution will be very custom and tailor-made to the need of the infrastructure asset per se. So I think that increasing the capacity as well of project developers is fundamental for the success of projects. We as well develop a tool that will be actually released in 2 weeks, and we'll be happy to share with everyone here, specifically for roads, that is how to incorporate climate mitigation and adaptation components throughout the entire life cycle of a road project, PPP, from selection, appraisal, structuring, procurement, and contract management. And we made the decision, and it wasn't easy, to do a very strong and robust chapters on how to embed biodiversity and nature-based solutions throughout the entire life cycle. And it then pinpoints different tools across the life cycle of the project that users, PPP practitioners, governments, MDBs can draw upon. And it will also help establish indicators because, for example, right now we have a big push to as well with the Paris alignment agenda. Paris alignment, we know that it's very related to mitigation and adaptation indicators, but every single project will be different depending where it sits, in which country jurisdiction, what is the NDC of the country that established. So draws those links with the international agenda, it's key.
Thank you, Mariana. Eva?
I think it is a very difficult one. So within the harmonized, the HIPSO group, so harmonized indicators for private sector operation group, and IFC and EIB are co-chairing the environment and social work stream on these impact indicators. We've been struggling with finding those indicators. It is really not easy. You've got also the tremendous amount of work being done under the TNFD, FRAG, and so forth. But these are reporting, so these are not impact indicators. And when you are reporting, it's information. And what you really need to do is how do you take that information and actually turn it into something more operational and practical. What we've seen is in this whole plethora of developing these in different initiatives, developing different metrics and indicators, they sometimes take these global indicators that are or data also collected at national level and try to boil it down or decline it to a project level, and it doesn't work. Because our clients are unable to be able to report, to collect that data, understand that data, analyze that data, and report on that data. So that's one area. But as we're part of it, so in the run-up to COP26, the MDB signed the joint statement on nature, people, and planet. And as part of one of our commitments, the MDBs are developing a nature-positive methodology or the principles and kind of looking at common approaches and a quote-unquote taxonomy and definitions of nature positive. And it's once we have these definitions that we can then integrate into our own respective structures, we would be then able to, and that will of course be linked to a number of indicators, be able to measure how nature positive are our investments. And I think that will also shift some of the discussions, because there are, at the moment, as far as I know, and there are probably more than that, 4 big, let's say, clusters working on definitions of nature positive. Unfortunately, this whole concept did not make it into the final agreement, although a lot of the principles are in the final agreement, but the whole concept of nature positive wasn't clearly defined. So at the moment, you've got the Capitals Coalition working on definition. You've got IUCN with a whole group, another stakeholder group working on a definition. You've got the MDBs working on a definition. So I think at some point we need to start coalescing, and otherwise the private sector is going to pull out their hair. Already they do on a number of things.
and are enabled and say, well, what do I use? And it's the same discussion with the indicators and the metrics, because we are seeing it that capital market players are developing their own metrics under the Green Bond initiative. ICMA has developed a number of indicators. Are they relevant? Well, when we looked at it, yes, no, some we can discard, some we can use. Then you look at another framework, and then again you are back and forth in the same situation. And I take the point that Mariana said, absolutely, it's local. So are we going to have to combine different methodologies, different sets of indicators? Are they going to have to be sector specific? What are the proxies that we use? Are the proxies robust enough? I mean, do we take, for example, are there any climate indicators that can be used for biodiversity? Pollution indicators, for example, would be also a very good proxy to determine biodiversity health. So we need to look at, I think, the whole suite of environmental indicators, including climate, to be able to see, okay, what works and what doesn't work, and stop reinventing the wheel.
Thank you, Eva. Hilde, you wanted to react when we prepared the session. You wanted to say a short word about.
Well, I'm definitely, first of all, not an expert in metrics to measure like impacts and dependency of business on biodiversity, but I just wanted to highlight that maybe for the Bison project, one interesting exercise to look into in the near future would be the IPES assessment on business and biodiversity. IPES is basically the intergovernmental platform for biodiversity and ecosystem services, and it's like the counterpart of the better known IPCC. So we have a climate panel, but now we also have a panel for biodiversity, and it brings together existing knowledge on a topic, and based on that it derives some policy products, but also products for other stakeholders. And so I think it could be useful to see what comes out of the IPES assessment on business and biodiversity, because it is specifically focusing on the methods, and maybe there will be some things that will be revealed also in relation to the infrastructure sectors. So yeah, that's maybe something to look into. And there are actually also other IPES assessments on the radar that could be relevant for the transport infrastructure, including one on ecological connectivity and spatial planning, and then another one on indicators. So I think all the IPES assessments that we have on the radar could be very relevant to further develop the Bison Plus.
Thank you, Hilde. Maybe for a last question for Mariana and Eva to end this session about global issues. It's about the role of private actors. You mentioned it while speaking, and most of investment on research and innovation are funded by public funds. But from your point of view, what role does private actors have to play for developing sustainable infrastructure, integrating and mainstreaming biodiversity into their everyday job?
Happy to start with that one, Yannick. Thank you so much for the question. I think the key answer that I want to highlight is innovation. But innovation is only driven by incentives, right? The private sector has the capability to embed these things in their projects. However, as of right now, if a tender is put out there for the private sector to react and to write, if it does not include specific as of nature-based solution, the private sector has very little incentives to do so. So we have to raise awareness of the value that nature-based solution brings by integrating them into decision-making very early on. I think right now, well, at least what I have experienced working with MDBs is whenever we speak with nature-based solutions, our usual counterpart is the Ministry of Environment, but it should be decisions that they should be embedded in the Ministry of Planning, Ministry of Infrastructure, Ministry of Finance, where decisions can be trickled down into national infrastructure plans and national prioritization. So private sector approaches often lack NBA solutions because oftentimes the interaction is with the corporate social responsibility and not actually with the engineering team that is looking this as an effective way as a cost-effective solution. So as we continue to bring more awareness to this, I think that we're gonna trickle down. Some key examples, just to end with a very positive note, that we have experience of innovation is, for example, the Netherlands, right? The Netherlands issued a sovereign green bond that when you look at the use of proceeds, if you actually look at that, it was all dedicated to green and great infrastructure to establish nature preserves and reinforce dikes and flood defense. Very strong biodiversity aspects, very strong nature-based solutions. The same with a very beautiful example in Mexico, my home country, where the housing and urban development in the tourism of Quintana Roo, they did a fund and with an insurance policy that was as well paying for the premium to restore the beach and coral reef for disaster risk mitigation for coastal flooding. So I think there's a lot of financing mechanism innovation out there that could be leveraged and scaled upon. But I think as well, there is a strong incentive from a public sector side to put more signals and incentives for the private sector to innovate.
Thank you so much, Mariana. Eva?
I can't agree more with Mariana, but I'd like to make one point. I mean, is that in Montreal, we saw a historic level of participation of the private sector, the financial and the private sector. And this is where we've seen, because there was a realization that biodiversity is a financial risk, and the fact that it is a financial risk and it is a risk to their triple bottom line, they need to take into account biodiversity. And so you saw actually the private sector taking the lead in a number of measures, in commitments even, way ahead of the public sector. And this was driven within a short space of time, let's say within a period of 3 years. You saw actually the private sector leading on methodologies, on metrics, on developing, tools and instruments. You saw, as Mariana mentioned, she mentioned green bonds, but you saw the first blue bonds coming out there, and so and all private sector and capital market driven. So I think the private sector, I think once they're conscious and they're aware, and they could even scale up and mainstream even further, as Mariana said, if there is that enabling environment that needs to be provided by the public sector. And for me, I mean, I come from the extractives, having worked for Anglo-American, and in the area of biodiversity, the mining industry has been the front runner for a long time in terms of standards, methodologies. If you look at what ICMM and even IPCA have been doing in the biodiversity field, this is private sector led driven, and they have influenced policy. They have influenced policy at national level, but also at local level and within the sectors. So they've set the benchmarks. So I think then, and they work in partnership, right? It's not as if they're doing this in isolation. They are working with the public sector, and they influence the public sector in the right direction, because then there is an understanding, there is that coming together of what is required from the public sector in terms of regulation, in terms of putting in the required standards, and then coming in also with the supporting evidence that it needs. So yes, private sector has a key role to play, but if you don't have those enabling conditions from the public, and those incentives from the public sector, it will always remain niche.
Thank you, Eva, Mariana. So now we will conclude also the session. So maybe if any panelists want to have a last take-home message, if you want to give a word to remain, to remember. So it's up to you, or we can conclude and thank everybody. So I don't know, Rafael, Hilde, Nicolas, Eva, Mariana, Sylvain, if you have last word. Rapid one,
because previously when I present the results from the work package 5 of Barizon, we said that the fourth scenario is considered as the less probable to occur. But finally, with all the signals we have here and there, it's not finally so much a surprise that this kind of scenario comes out from the work we conduct during the last 2 years. because finally we have a lot of weak signals coming to this kind of scenario. And even if we said this, finally people consider that it's kind of utopia, we are not so far. And finally the main obstacle to this scenario to occur is mainly turned toward the cooperation and the planning. And it's something which has been addressed in almost all the different intervention from all the speakers. So even if this, I would say, a topic scenario seems to be far, it's not so far. And the benefits are very higher than all the other ones. So I think it's not so, we cannot be a bit optimist.
Thank you, Sylvain. Nicolas?
Not a take-home message, but just a question for the next session. In our project, we try to work on the digital twin for biodiversity and to use the digital infrastructure to monitor infrastructure, landscape and animals using existing sensor along infrastructure. So I think why research project dealing with autonomous vehicles could include these topics for the next time. So just a transition.
Thank you, Nicolas. I would like also to thank all the speakers and thank also all the audience here and remotely. And sorry for not having more time for questions, but I think that for those that are in the room, they can also discuss directly with the speakers. And so thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana, and thank you, Eva. So I think that we will stay in touch in upcoming months if the second step of Bison is appearing.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye.
of ceremony.
Yes,
It's
yes.
moving, it's moving.
Yes, less,
you think there's less air now,
What is the new deadline for the abstract?
29th of May.
Well, okay, that's good.
We'll make an abstract?
I hope so.
On ESR?
I don't know yet, but I have to mobilize some people. Do you have already somebody
I need to talk here.
Okay.
I'll talk to you. Okay, welcome back for the last session of the day. We have had this morning a very broad perspective discussion. Then we focus on a topic that we are not familiar, biodiversity, and we will conclude on an automated way. So this last session indeed is about, well, connected and driving vehicles, but not only. It's mostly about how can we support their deployment through infrastructure, and in particular physical and digital infrastructure. And with that, so we have built up a good session for which Ruprecht Consult will be the manager of that session, and I'd like to invite Wolfgang now to introduce the session. So Wolfgang, the floor is yours.
Okay, yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Thierry. Yeah, my name is Wolfgang Backhaus from Ruprecht Consult, and we're here in the session Let's Talk About CCAM. So I think the acronym is well known, but to make sure, maybe it's Cooperative Connected Automated Mobility. And it's a hot topic, as Thierry said this morning. We speak a lot about it, but if we actually look on our streets in the cities, it's not really there yet. So the question is a little bit, how should we prepare for it? Should we prepare for it? What is really the goal to introduce automated mobility in on our roads? What is the impact? And before we jump into the discussions with the panel, I would like to ask our first panelist, Maria Gemou. And I have to, actually, it's such a long title, Maria. Your organization, she's principal researcher at the Hellenic Institute of Transport and Center for Research and Technology, Helios, and she's head of labs on clean and automated vehicles. Okay. So, and she's also the technical manager, coordinator of the Augmented project. Yeah, and she will present first some slides about the project.
So hello. I'm Maria Gemou. I come from Greece, indeed, from the Hellenic Institute of Transport. And among other, I'm the technical manager, indeed, of this augmented CCAM project, coordinated by FEHRL, Thierry. And this is indeed a project that recently started, so don't expect to see something spectacular. But it has a spectacular scope, indeed. It was the one project that was funded about how we can, through PDI, support and enable CCAM. But not only CCAM, and we will discuss about it. So, okay. It does not move here for some reason. It's not synchronized, but okay, perhaps I can. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. So the starting point was to reach some of the key vision layers, Vision 2050 challenges. Among other, there was infrastructure, artificial intelligence, and validation mentioned. Also part of the AirTrack of that version of AirTrack roadmap. And of course, we are all familiar by now with the vision of 100% real-time connectivity for all vehicles until 2050. And there are some enablers, let's say, in order to achieve that are explicitly written and recognized so far. So among them, and I'm saying among because those are the, let's say, the aspects that this project will target at, is the transport network situational awareness. It is the ODD extension of the AVs, which is the hottest topic right now in automation. How we can make, we can maximize in general the benefits by the same investment, if possible for all vehicles, of course to a different extent. And finally, I would say, apart from, of course, maximizing typically traffic safety efficiency, how to orchestrate, and this is the biggest vision also according to AirTrack, how to orchestrate traffic management for all road users cohorts, including vehicles, including other road users, in an orchestrated manner, meaning that in a manner that has been well thought and is coordinating these issued strategies among and within all types of road users. And these strategies could direct single vehicles, but also groups of vehicles, if we also think about logistics, for example. And this is indeed the ultimate vision for cooperative automated driving. And of course, we are not there yet. So the open questions. Perhaps I could use a microphone to... Okay. So still there are some open questions, some things that have not been answered, and those are the aspects that this project came to respond. First of all, and this morning, in the morning sessions, we talked a lot about it. It is not clear. There are several classification systems, schemas around, and taxonomies and registries about PDI. What is really missing is the configuration, as it was said this morning, the use case. It's not plug and play. It's not that we make an investment and it will play for all vehicles in the same way, in any context, for any AV readiness. So it has to be elaborated. Which are the priority PDI requirements and adaptations that need to be made on use case level, whatever this use case means, because it gets composed by several attributes. Which are the most cost-efficient technological paths to reach that? And this includes, for sure, how to exploit the legacies, because we cannot cancel what is there. We have to exploit in the most cost-effective way what is there and build on that. On PDI, I mean. For those not familiar, PDI is physical, digital, and communication infrastructure, of course. Perhaps we should start from that. Which are the concerned adopters? Of course, the value chain as a whole, but which are the ones that, of course, will primarily will adopt and exploit this? The governance and operational models for high-level cooperative automated driving are currently missing, and this includes data exchange flows and everything. So this is why it was a clear call request that we need a service operational framework that will be totally aligned with those governance models. And as I already mentioned somehow, all this has to be put in the context of a no-regret approach, meaning that we have to find a way that we avoid unnecessary investments, and also in order to minimize unnecessary energy consumption. So, you gave me the most difficult task today. I don't know why. So, to answer all this, the Augmented SICAM project aims to understand, harmonize, and evaluate in an augmented manner, and I will explain what this means, adapted and novel support concepts of PDI to advance the PDI readiness for large-scale deployment of SICAM solutions for all. I would add at this point that although the primary target, as I said before, is SICAM, what we are trying to do in this project is to consider all vehicle cohorts. I mean, also conventional vehicles, also connected vehicles, automated or not, cooperative or not. Some typical things, just to familiarize, this project is an innovation action. Although it has a lot of research, it starts from a lot of research. It started in September 2022, coordinated by FEHRL, technically managed by CERT, consisting of 27 beneficiaries from 13 European countries, and with a quite big funding, I would say. We lose progressively elements. I don't know why, really. Perhaps I will do it manually. Yeah, it is somehow, but it does not move. We are not very convincing.
Yes. I don't know why. Okay, good technician, yes. Good technician,
Perhaps we should change the mode to the projector. It was wrongly the duplication.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
It's the one.
So it means that we will still need a driver for a while still.
Does it move to the next? Yeah. Okay. So I can move to the. So, so there are 4 key blocks approach in this project, meaning that it's going around 4 key elements in order to finally get to the improved novel and viable SICAM ready PDI, meaning PDI that is ready to host SICAM. And those 4 elements are, first of all, the new PDI classification support scheme. I would not call it new, I would call it enriched, because it will be based and built upon previous schemas, of course. The technological agnostic service operational framework, we call it We Share What We See. It is a SICAM priority in general, anyway, since 5 years now. Priority adaptations and new and optimized PDI support solutions for SICAM services, and augmented, meaning in physical and virtual world, whenever it is more sustainable and efficient, depending the case, iterative implementation and validation to feed impact assessment. But basically, not only to feed impact assessment, but also to share operation. So, as I said before, and I don't want to stay a lot, the first thing is to develop a new classification and support scheme for SICAM. There are many around. You perhaps know ISAD, you perhaps know SICAM, Sense Plan Act framework. There are several standardization initiatives. Still, what they miss is to put all parameters in place and to elaborate on use case level. So in very simplistic terms, this means that if a road operator wants to invest, wants to proceed with the next round of investments, it is not absolutely clear, and depending his wishes and his constraints, business, legal, economical, but also the synthesis, depending on the synthesis of the network and the characteristics of the network, but also depending on the legacies existing, what is the priority investments that they should proceed with. So this scheme aims to build on this, to finally respond to this, without cancelling, of course, past work. The service operational framework is, I believe, what is needed on several layers of SICAM work domains. It's always the same vision. Here, we need it needs to get aligned with multi-actor cooperative models, and it needs to serve at the end this upper-level vision I mentioned before to enable granular traffic management strategies to road users, cooperative ones, orchestrated ones, and to, of course, reflect all the PDI elements, but not only the elements, but also all the alternative novel ways to use them and exploit them. Because very often the PDI is there, but the way to use them is perhaps the most novel thing to explore. And of course, support all the CATS services, the ones standardized and the ones emerging one. We are going to prove this concept by developing 11 novel PDI support solutions. And those will be addressing both passenger and logistics. They will be deployed, in other words, in varying traffic contexts, from urban to highway, with different types of AVs, and also with connected vehicles apart from AVs. Will involve other types of road users, connected and not connected. And of course, aiming always, first of all, for the AVs at the extension of ODD and specific ways to do that. Of course, deploying AI and digital twins, all the popular terms are here. But what we will try to do is that we reveal the benefit of all the investments and adaptations we will do in the project for all types of road users, not only for the AVs. And the deployment will happen in real life, in mixed traffic, we have already identified, though this is under revision, the areas that we will adapt on physical and digital and communication end. So we are going to adapt some road zones, some entrance and exit ramps, some physical elements, I mean. But we are also going to work on crowdsource, HD maps, and digital twins, of course. We are also introducing some novel elements like drones, solutions that are based on drones, coupled with surveillance and detection and communication. So, in other words, all the PDI is not novel itself, apart from some, I would say, apart from some coupling approaches of integrating AI to surveillance systems. It's basically the integration that will make them novel. And this is going to be validated in under 7 validation routes in 7 sites in 3 countries, in Spain, Latvia, and France, in different contexts, from confined areas to highways and urban environments. We are going to deploy test tracks both in real traffic contexts, involving all the value chain, all the actors. In some cases, we will need events triggering. The speeds will vary depending on the context. So in total, we are going to deploy 9 CAV demonstrators and 10 more connected vehicles. And a series of actors depending on the use case, from road workers to pedestrians, cyclists, etc. The key expected outcomes on economical and business level, and some of them, of course, are going to come beyond the project, are first of all the deployment of new SICAM services, the viable deployment of them, at least one new multi-cooperational governance model introduced in each test site, the actual endorsement of the new classification schema by the road operators of the project by the further networked operators during the course of the project for after the project life. And the adoption of the service framework in the same way by some implementers, and if possible, the creation of corridors, cross-border corridors, I mean, because some of the solutions enable this as well. One of the key elements, side outcomes, but key elements of the project, not pure technical, is the Ready Infrastructure Planning and Risk Aversion tool, we call it. So this is where we are going to substantiate all our knowledge towards the end of the project and transform it in decision-making mechanism, a tool, in other words, that will enable road operators or other key actors, key adopters, and will guide them through on the priority process, on the decision process, selecting which is the most applicable and profitable investment for them on PDI level in order to accommodate what they wish to accommodate, depending their wish, because the wish may differ. And so the profit aims to be, first of all, business and economical-wise, financial-wise, and infer increase of probability for PDI investments and saving for investors. But of course, it is also societal, meaning that we do all this through a very elaborate and iterative impact assessment plan to prove how much safety could get increased, or traffic efficiency, logistics efficiency as well. Of course, these numbers you are seeing here, it is not the numbers we aim to succeed in the project. You understand that we cannot infer this impact with 9 demonstrators and the specific PDI solutions. It is upon specific penetration rates that we are going to assume in the traffic simulation studies, but considering the specific solutions in the broader context. That is all from my side. I think I don't want to spend more. I hope I gave you a flavor of the project.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to ask you to take a seat already. And I would like to ask to join you Susanne. She's from Polis. Susanne is facilitating exchange on topics like CITS, traffic management, but also CCAM among cities and regions. She's from Polis, a network of cities and regions for sustainable urban mobility. Then I would like to ask Henriette to the stage. Henriette is a senior manager for, and leading the topic of automated mobility for UITP, the International Association of Public Transport Operators and Companies and Authorities. Then I would like to ask Pierre from Vinci to the stage. He's also responsible for, let's say, foreseeing the impacts of connected and automated mobility on the highways, on the roads. And then last but not least, I would like to ask Andrea De Candido from the European Commission to the stage, from DG Research and responsible for the future sustainable urban mobility systems. So I think the right person at the right spot here from the Commission. Thank you very much. And I think you should use this mic and pass it around maybe, and I will try to do the boss. It worked this morning, so it looks like that. Okay, Susanne, maybe first question to you. We just saw from Maria some impacts, less accidents, reduction in terms of energy emissions. Sounds great from a perspective of a city or region. what would you say? How should a city actually prepare already today for the introduction of CCAM, or should they prepare maybe at all? What's the debate among policy members about the introduction of CCAM on this topic?
Well, to be honest, there isn't that much debate going on. I think you made a very fair point at the start of the session that we don't really see that much on the ground. Of course, there are a lot of pilot projects going on. We have seen over the last, let's say, 5 to 7 years, some interest in the shuttle pilots, which Henriette is an expert on. So I think it's been very much about raising, let's say, awareness internally of CCAM, running these pilots, and I very much like the work that was done in the Coexist project. I know this is beyond infrastructure, but Ruprecht Consult was leading this project where we come up with this CCAM readiness self-assessment framework, identifying the different areas in which cities can start to prepare for CCAM, so considering infrastructure, the policies they would need and the regulations, traffic management and the like, and identifying some measures that they could start implementing. But you're more of an expert than I am on this, but I think specifically with regards to the infrastructure, I think on the physical infrastructure, I think there's wide acknowledgement that infrastructure is not really going to change. I mean, the vehicles are going to have to adapt to the infrastructure and not the other way around. However, infrastructure does evolve. It's upgraded. There are some new infrastructures that are built. And I think the key question there is, with smarter vehicles today, what are the new requirements or what are the new opportunities for the infrastructure? I don't use the word automated vehicles. In fact, I had a very interesting conversation. This is a little anecdote. I won't take too much time. With some Dutch colleagues this morning, and they're planning to work on a CCAM infrastructure roadmap. And basically, they are they're going to be using the backcasting method. So they're going to be looking 2060, well, what will our cities look like, or how do we want our cities to look like with automated vehicles, and then work backwards. And essentially, this is some work that's only about to start, but what they already see, that they're using the word smart vehicles, because we have smart vehicles today. We have connected vehicles. Tomorrow they will be increasingly automated. But what they see already is that the physical infrastructure is going to have to be less complex than it is today. And so I asked for examples of that, and they talked about roundabouts, for instance. Our junctions in cities are very complex. Especially you have multi-lane roads leading to junctions. If you look at the ground and you see all these painting lines, I mean, even me as a driver, I'm wondering, okay, which lane do I get into if I want to turn there? So for an automated vehicle, this is going to be very complicated. So we have to think about simplifying that. Do we put roundabouts there instead, or we just try and simplify it? So these are the things I think that we need to work on in the coming years. And on the digital infrastructure, I mean, the digital transition is already well underway in public authorities. This is a really, really big topic within Polis. We're working with our members on it. And I would say, it's really about digitizing our assets, digitizing our regulations. Some cities are clearly more advanced than others. But now we have European legislation with the ITS directive and the real-time traffic information delegated regulation, which puts all these obligations on all road authorities. This is something that's quite new with the revision of this delegated regulation. And so I think, this is about enhancing, we're going to need all these assets and regulations to be digitized if we're going to be able to build better quality digital maps, and we know that digital maps are a key enabler of CCAM.
Thank you. Henriette, you literally run the show as coordinator of the large show project, and you have facilitated a lot of pilots, test sites already. From your experience with these pilots, what are the needs actually for physical and digital infrastructure to make it work?
Yeah, thanks. By the way, I want to mention that we have also the technical manager of show here, who is the brain of the project, who will know much more on technical details if you want some. The insights that I can provide are very much in discussion with, it's similar than Suzanne with police. At UITP we discuss with public transport operators, public transport authorities, and what we see coming now if we look at CCAM for public transport, of course we have these shuttles that are deployed, and I hope later the discussion I can say more about it. But your question reminds me of a question that I've asked. You may have heard about the robotaxis, the ride-hailing services in US and China, large fleets of passenger vehicles being deployed around the city. And I have asked them, so are you interested in the European market? And do you have plans to deploy there? And they are kind of scared, I would say, of our cities. So it's not their plan yet. That's why, and I think it matches with the question of what can enable how the infrastructure can enable automated public transport. And I asked the question, what would be the ideal setting for you to deploy a fleet of AVs in Europe? And the answer was quite interesting, because they were mentioning, for example, the high definition map, the HD map, that every operator for now have to do from scratch wherever they go. So it's a lot of lost economically. They spend, like Waymo from Google, Cruise from GM. They run millions of kilometers around to map the city and get an understanding. And if everybody has to do that every time, it's a huge loss. So HD map would be something that could be an incredible enabler for operators later that want to deploy on our streets. And also, and it's more also matching with, I'm sure, the discussions ongoing at police from the city perspective. If we could enable more exchange between the city and these operators, coming, for example, exchanging digital information about construction work. If construction work is planned somewhere, actually that could be transmitted from digitally to the AVs to say, don't exit streets because there is a construction work ongoing for the coming month, or a better communication also with emergency vehicles could be something, or better discussion with the city and agreement. So I'm coming back, so that was digital, all digital, but also on physical infrastructure regarding curb management, how to, like this pick-up and drop-off point. For now, there is a lot of struggling, and I'm taking again the case of San Francisco because it's interesting, because they have large fleets, so we can kind of foresee the problems that may come in discussion if it comes to Europe. So they have kind of difficulty to agree on how to use the curb and how to, so of course the public transport should be prioritized, but this fleet could be, should be even integrated better to public transport, so this curb management and pick-up and drop-off point also would be a very nice enabler if the city with the operators come to an agreement to enabling this automated public transport.
You mentioned the US development. We both were at the TRB in January. In the sessions, I had the feeling this part of our CCAM concept, connectivity, cooperative, it isn't that much emphasized and stressed in their discussions as it is in Europe. So,
indeed, yeah, I had also this feeling that they want to be free, so to say, from infrastructure, with argument like it gets. So it's a lot of expenses for the city. I had also this feeling. I've been contacted at UITP by diverse city from that was interested into deploying CCAM, and they were really asking what's the cost of all these infrastructures that we have to put in place if they start from scratch. Many cities don't start from scratch. Of course, they have already things like intelligent traffic lights and things like that. If they start from scratch, it's kind of scary for the city. So that's one thing, and the other thing, it can get obsolete very quickly. So that's why also from the US perspective, I got the feeling, many of us got the feeling they want to be kind of independent from the infrastructure of the city.
Thank you. Pierre, coming to the highways. So I think a less far complex environment compared to urban environments. how does a highway operator actually prepare for the introduction? I could imagine that highways will be, let's say, first road types where we see a larger scale deployment.
Yeah, allow me to, before answering this question, to complete what my neighbor has just said about the current situation. So you mentioned robot taxi fleets in the US and in China. In Europe, we just said, oh, there's not many connected autonomous vehicles yet. Well, all of the sold vehicles today, the new ones, are connected. And they're connected to OEM clouds. They don't do CCAM, they don't do ITS, but they have the cellular communication channel, all of them. Then, regarding ITS services, a few of them have, and I think the number one in Europe is Volkswagen. Volkswagen, since 2 years now, have on the Golf, ID3, ID4, ID5, CITS features. So Volkswagen has sold more than 500,000 of these cars in Europe. So in France, we looked at the numbers, it's already more than 150,000 vehicles that have V2X CITS capabilities today. So it's not much, but it's not nothing. And regarding autonomous vehicles, we have to mention Mercedes. Mercedes has started to sell an autonomous vehicle, 2 autonomous vehicle models since last year. Very small volumes. It's the Mercedes S-Class and the EQS. But if you live in Germany and you have the budget for it, because these are premium cars, then you can buy a level 3 autonomous vehicle that operates on the highway with a function that is called traffic jam pilot. This is autonomy. This is level 3 autonomy. Small volumes, but let's see the glass half full, it's coming. Highway, much more simplified environment, simplified ODD, so it makes the entire problem way easier to solve. Less variety of vehicles on the highway, no bikes, no pedestrian, no strollers, nothing like that. More homogeneous speeds, no intersections, no traffic lights. So of course the problem is easier on the highway. By the way, this is why these few functions from Mercedes operate only on the highway so far. So it is starting with highway. And then also, let me add what we do at Vinci. Because we don't do cars. I don't think we're going to do cars. I strongly discourage Vinci to try to do a car. It's too complicated. But our role should be limited. We will not change the infrastructures, but they would evolve. And we see 4 possible contributions of the highway. First, the physical elements. Lane marking, road signs, and their digital twins. There are needs of autonomous vehicles. So we work on this, on this physical infrastructure of the road. Then connectivity, whether it is short range, long range, there are different communication layers. We need connectivity to be able to talk between the infrastructure and the vehicles. Third thing we do is what we call roadside perception. On this is very much what we're going to do in CCAM and ACCAM. Basically, an autonomous vehicle has a set of sensors that don't see very far away. They see at like 200 meters, maybe 250 meters ahead. At highway speed, this is roughly 5 seconds, 5 and some seconds. So this is a very limited anticipation time. So we put sensors at specific locations on the highway, at singular points that are difficult for a vehicle to manage. And then we extend its onboard vision, its native vision. So we extend its capabilities to anticipate situation. And the last thing we do is supervision. Supervision and hypervision. We try to send guidelines, speed, position guidelines, especially on congested highways, to guide the autonomous vehicle. This is more like long-term, more like a moonshot initiative, but we're crazy enough to have a couple of projects on this, where basically we reduce the number of equipment of technology in the vehicle. We increase what we put in the infrastructure, and the infrastructure, very much like an automated metro line, sends the commands to the vehicles to optimize the traffic flow of one specific section. So we work on these 4 levers in our specific projects, and ACCAM is one of them.
Thank you. Maria, having now listened to the different user needs, perspectives, target groups, potential target groups of augmented projects results, what would you say? What's in for them from our project, from augmented?
First of all, I didn't want to interrupt before. Just to respond to Suzanne and to agree, actually, indeed, it is commonly recognized that physical infrastructure adaptations are the least that we are going to proceed with. I mean, it's the least that we have to touch upon, because first of all, the roadmaps, we all know that the infrastructure roadmaps are much more conservative and long-term than the digital ones. It is very difficult and cumbersome to change. Of course, it can get improved. Basically, they have to get improved to allow primarily the digital twins, quality digital twins. And this is certainly the feedback we had in show indeed, to complement now Henriette from US, from the minister, from the Department of Transport there, that they specifically said, explicitly said that when they came to us and they said, we want to deploy automation, we told them, do whatever you want, we are not going to change anything on infrastructure. And they just did, I remember it's very characteristic that they just changed the paddles on the road just for the sensors not to bounce. That's it. I mean, not even lane markings, because of course, the technology path is very much different in the US. It's also this. But this is more or less the priority by default in Europe as well. I mean, the physical infrastructure, we have to adapt, okay, the minimum, that's it, road signs, basically because we have to be sure, as I said, that it will be accurately represented for the digital twins. Another point is, another very interesting point that was, so this is what we are doing in SECAM, to answer your question. Yeah. I mean, of course, this is one of the key principles. Of course, we are doing all this. Of course, the digital twins, as Henriette said, not only I believe in this project, but in general, the scope is that we create frameworks, HD maps, digital twins, that to the applicable level of detail, because this is priority on investment, you don't need always the same level of detail in all contexts, but to the applicable level of detail, at the end of the day, all actors will gain the same situational awareness. This is the scope, first of all, that we all have the same awareness of what is happening right now, not only on the static part, but also on the dynamic, and basically on the dynamic part, the city, the operator, the road user, the pedestrian perhaps, the vehicle, the connected vehicle, the automated vehicle. So this is the scope. So yes, this is one of the principles of the project. Another very interesting point that came up in a show from the operators versus the OEMs discussions, and we have plenty in show, is that another reason that the physical infrastructure cannot radically change is because there is such an established driving concept right now. The road signs, the ways the roads are structured, the full topology, that you cannot change just for the new paradigm, because you will create a disruptiveness in the rest of the users, and you know that the transition period when we are going to have mixed operation will be very long. Mm-hmm. So if we had just tomorrow full automation, an ideal full automation, perhaps things would be different. But the transition period will be some decades. So you cannot just disturb the coding, the driving code, the established one, just to accommodate new technologies that between us, you are not very sure what is the level they are going to reach, and what is the use cases finally they are going to get deployed at. Mm-hmm. Because this is also under discussion, if automation is needed everywhere, or if it's just another brick in the wall and we see where. That is all, I think. I think, of course, Cofiris Vinci is a member of Augmented SECAM, is one of the operators in France. So we are deploying also in Vinci Highway. And we do have these levels. Finally, we aim from connectivity to awareness, perception, to enabling perception for all the vehicles, for all the connected vehicles. And finally, if possible, and on selected cases, to supervision, we call it management in general, cooperative management of the network, let's call it like that. So this is indeed the vision.
Yeah, you're invited to react, of course.
Yeah, if I could just respond. I think we all agree on the physical infrastructure, but I think we need to get the basics right first, because as you already mentioned, we need good, what we understand is automated vehicles are going to need good road markings, good road signs, good road surfaces. And that's just not the reality everywhere. I mean, where I live, the roads are in such poor condition. Sometimes I actually take photos, and when I'm walking around where I live, and I think, well, how would an automated vehicle cope here? It would never cope. You know, road signs knocked down, obscured by vegetation, road markings have disappeared, there are roadworks, and you know, and when the roadworks are finished, you know, the road markings aren't put back properly, or and I just think they would just never cope. So we need to think about that. We need to get the basics right first. And just on the digital side, I mean, I think there is a realization and an expectation that road authorities are going to have to provide a lot of data if we want good quality digital maps, and that's where we have legislation. But this is going to be a major challenge in itself. You know, some of the biggest cities, they're reasonably well organized, they have processes in place where they publish a lot of data, they manage to refresh it regularly, but most of the other public authorities just are not data-driven enough. And so this is really about building organizational capacity, introducing new procedures. And again, I want to share a very short anecdote before passing to Andrea, the poor man who hasn't spoken yet. But this was a capital city a couple of years ago. They wanted to digitize their on-street parking, okay? And so they invested money in actually building a database with all their on-street parking. And then to keep that, you know, that database is only up to date the day it's actually produced. The day after, it's probably already no longer up to date because on-street parking changes all the time. Rules change all the time in cities. And so as part of this project, all the units within the city council that had a stake or a role in on-street parking, they were supposed to enter data into the database to make sure it was up to date. And the project manager, 6 months down the line, realized this never happened. This was a capital city, yeah? So this is the reality of where we, yeah, so this is what I'm saying. It will happen eventually, but you know, this is a big change that's going to be needed.
So, Andrea, finally it's your turn. Yeah, you see different stakeholders, a lot of needs, requirements, which has the European Commission to consider. How do you orchestrate actually this ecosystem approach which you need for CCAM?
So, first let me react on something that has already been stated. I think what has been touched upon here is very relevant. What Pierre was just saying in terms of how CCAM is already happening. We have very concrete cases in which you can already make use of automation, either in your own vehicle or even in certain services that are starting to be deployed, like even if in a pilot way, but shuttles that are automated shuttles that are being used to take you from a parking lot to maybe the entrance of a hospital. And so CCAM is actually no longer science fiction, it's really happening to us. What is the difference maybe with the reasoning of the past is that until a few years ago there was maybe a perception that one morning we'll wake up and there won't be any more cars with a steering wheel. You go outside and your car doesn't have a steering wheel anymore. This probably will happen, it might happen, and if it happens there's still a long, long way to go before it really happens. But what we'll be witnessing on a yearly basis at least, is that there will be situations, meaning use cases, in which you will be able, if you have your own car, to switch on the automated function for that specific travel for that specific context. Or there will be situations in which you will see automated buses or shuttles operating in a very confined area in the beginning. Or you do, I think, already have cases in which automation is used in mining, for mining vehicles, or for automated logistic operations in airports and ports, and so on. And this is already happening, and it will be expanding over the years. But there's no clear deadline, 10 years from now, 5 years from now. Everything will be automated. That is not there. Coming to your question on how to go for this orchestration of different road users in general, I think this goes really beyond, as we were mentioning, purely the vehicles on the roads that will be at a certain point fully connected, cooperative and automated. But it's how to plug this into a reality where you have other users such as pedestrians, such as cyclists, motorcyclists, the motorbikes, I think also won't be automated, at least that's not in the immediate planning. But how do we do this? How do we go for this? And I think this is very important for the Commission. What we're really looking for is not to have simply, it's not only an issue of having a vehicle that for sure will not hit a pedestrian or will not hit a cyclist. It's not only about that. It's not only by making sure that that technology works in that way that we will be able to finally deploy automation. This is more societal in terms of we need to make sure that our society and the pedestrians and the cyclists and so on will be willing, will be ready to see automated vehicles on the road. What I'm talking about is societal acceptance, and I don't like societal acceptance. I think Tom at one point mentioned societal embracement. And I think that gives more an idea, because it's not something that is simply coming top down on society and we want them to say, yeah, okay. No, we want society at large and every possible road user to welcome this transformation. And only when this will happen and they will all be taking ownership of this transition, then we will be able to see a real acceptance of what will be coming. And in this respect, I think the partnership that we set up at European level, the CCAM partnership, can play a very interesting role. I'm very pleased to see that members of the association are not only car manufacturers, the usual suspects, let's say, but we also have associations like the European bicycle industry, what's it called, CONEBI, which is there. We have the Association of Motorcycle Constructors as well that is there. So these are those so-called vulnerable users, road users, that are fully involved, thanks to the partnership, in developing the vision and the roadmap of how we will move towards automation. And I think this is truly the key to success in what we're doing.
Thank you. I think, Henriette, you wanted to react?
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to react briefly on the acceptance and embracement. That I love it. I will take it, Tom. So, so it goes a bit beyond infrastructure, but just a word on it. And after, I would like to say something about the roadmap and recommendations. What we discussed a lot at UITP from the public transport perspective regarding automation. So, I guess at Police it's the same. I would be curious about that. There is UITP at 2,000 members. There is only a small group of them really into CCAM and either deploying them already. This is just a few, or curious about it. But what we don't discuss so much about acceptance, because the mindset from public transport is it just has to work. And if the system just works, there will be, the emotions in place are different for public transport. If you take the bus, the morning, the metro, than your own car. Because in the public transport, it's all about failure. As soon as there is a problem, these become extremely emotional, and there the people get very angry and everything, and everybody knows the feeling. So if it doesn't work, there will be an acceptability problem and embracement anyway. But I don't think there will be this phase of and we see it for the metro, for example, Automated metro, people don't notice it. They don't notice that it's automated as long as it works. If it starts not working, then they will kind of think, okay, that's a problem. I am envisioning a future where it could be the same, that the people will just, the shuttle is just working, the robotaxi is working, and they won't care, because at the end it's not as emotional as giving up the ability, something like that, to drive your own car. It's completely different when we talk about public transport. Just a word about, or maybe I come later about the...
Just to complement on this exactly, I think actually that we have seen this in show. I mean, very pragmatically. I mean, people did not have really second thoughts on getting on board on the shuttles. They did not think that it was that much. They tried, they went, they shared the ride, they saw it works, they took it again. I mean, there was not just a big fuss about acceptance and, okay, it worked, I took it, how nice. Of course, there were complaints why it doesn't go faster, when it will reach, why it cannot be more fancy, why it cannot be, I don't know, fly. But, yeah, sure, but other than that, I didn't see so far, and we are operating in almost 20 cities in different contexts, totally urban contexts, dense contexts. I have not, I don't know, Enred, if you have seen something different. I have not conceived so far something big about access. Whenever there are problems, Enred is right, but this is happening with public transport anyway. I mean, whenever, yes, of course, there are complaints. But other than that, as a paradigm, I didn't see something spectacular.
I would just like to second that. I mean, I think as a public transport, you're used to being driven. You're used to being carried. So I think you adapt, yeah. For a car driver, I think acceptance will be different. I remember when I entered my first shuttle bus, 10 years ago. So there's a service operating between a metro station in Rotterdam and a business park, and it's been operating commercially for 20 years. I think it's operated by connections. Okay, it is a shuttle, and it's operating on its own infrastructure, so it doesn't mix with other modes, but it is a shuttle like others. And I was amazed when I boarded it, and I looked around, and all the other passengers, I mean, they were completely unfazed. They'd been, they're completely accustomed to it, and then I realized, okay, people, at least for what concerns automated public transport services, they will adapt quickly. Concerning other road users, I mean, already, if a cyclist could have its own infrastructure and not have to mix with other vehicles, whether they're manually driven, automated, connected, electric, they would prefer that. So I don't think we can expect them to embrace automated vehicles like they embrace, it will be the same as any other vehicle. Yeah, so I guess that's all I wanted to say.
If they have separated infrastructure, and the cyclist in this case can be sure that the vehicle will really stop if it crosses, then of course there is a benefit.
Yeah.
I mean, the acceptance in the end will also come with service quality or more comfortable feeling in terms of safety, etc. And you mentioned the, let's say, the speed of the shuttles, which is of course something which is actually maybe at the moment still a showstopper for the acceptance.
Yeah, but I'm sorry for this. I'm totally responsible in general as a citizen, but buses are not spectacular anyway. I mean, okay, the difference in the speed, the average operational speed in the automated shuttles in show, it is around 4 units less than the average operational speed in public transport buses in urban context. I mean, don't imagine something, And this basically happens in many cases due to regulations, not due to technology, due to regulations, because there are specific permits that say that you can go up, I don't care how mature you are. From my side, the city says you can go up to there, or you have to press a button in every intersection. No matter if you can negotiate the intersection, technologically driven, you have to do it. So this is what creates this, this feeling, this negativism from the citizens, in my opinion. But buses are not spectacular anyway. I mean, I mean, this will be, I agree, it will be very easily accepted on public transport level. But I just wanted to say, since I have the microphone, just for the physical infrastructure that shows, there are things to get optimized, but in my opinion, and especially I think from Polish perspective, I think that this has to get optimized anyway in the concept of a sustainable city. I mean, to have road signs, clear road signs, or clear routes, or clear lane markings, I think it's not for automation. I mean, it should be a priority anyway. We should not see it as we do it for automation.
Okay. Before you answer to this, because this would have been my next question anyhow to you, maybe I would just like to open the floor if there's a question from the audience. Or I don't, maybe remote people are still asking things?
You can ask a question.
Yeah, sure. Tom? Thank you, Susanne.
Hi, yes, Tom Alkem from Map Traffic Management in the Netherlands. Pierre, I think you mentioned something on the sensors on the road to basically extend the e-horizon of the vehicles. Can you say something on the actual willingness of the vehicles to accept this information?
We work with OEMs on this and tier ones, so big European OEMs and tier ones. In ACCAM, we can talk about it. We work with Valeo, who does onboard sensors, and we deploy their sensors on the roadside. So very much based on their requirements. And we use standardized communication, CITS communication to do that. There are already messages that exist. They're called the CPM, Cooperative Perception Message. This is a message that allows the perception to be a combination of onboard in the vehicle and roadside equipment. So we don't want to do things on our own. We want absolutely to work hand in hand with OEMs and tier ones to make sure we don't do things for nothing with our customers, users afterwards.
I'm Carme Rossell from Barcelona, Spain, and I'm work package leader in Bison. So my question is about trying to link biodiversity issues. So what about rural areas and the conflicts with collisions with wildlife? As you know, they are increasing in many countries. And what about automated vehicles from one side? And from the potential of detection of the animals and aware drivers, for example, about the presence of animals close to the road.
I'll just say from the highway operator point of view, we do this with the roadside perception. So where we plant cameras along the roadside, we can detect different things, including animals, debris, vehicles stopped, etc. For the connected vehicles that are capable of receiving this, but also for our own operations.
Yeah, actually, this is the answer. But if we would try to place it on a more theoretical, let's say, research level, I think it could be possible that you create zones in dynamic zones in the digital twins that you include such biodiversity zones that are dynamically updated. So in the same way as Pierre said that you dynamically inform about dynamic objects, it is still an object. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, if you can inform about pedestrians popping up, if you can inform about even dogs popping up in the urban context, in the highway, you can easily, in the same way, inform. I mean, it's a matter of design from the beginning. I mean, but you have to anticipate including such zones and, of course, sensors to all the technology for the surveillance. But I think it can be done. I mean, it's nothing.
I'll just give one last number. Maybe under Nicolas' control. First of all, there's not that many new, I'm only talking about highway, this is the other things I don't know. There's not that many new highways being constructed, so we adapt the existing highway. So we rarely disrupt natural environment with a new highway. This is very rare. Most of the highways already exist. and a few new highways that are being constructed. There's one that was just opened in France. It's just a 35, I think, kilometer long highway just to go around the city. And for the wildlife, on this 35-kilometer highway, we created 200 bridges just for the wildlife to be able to cross the highway. So the way we build highways today, because of the biodiversity challenge, is really not the way we did highways 30 years ago, really.
Thank you. Okay, then respond,
very
and then
quickly,
I have
yeah.
a new question.
Yeah. No, so just coming back to the physical infrastructure and getting the basics right. I mean, I completely agree with you, and that's where I see, this momentum for CCAM. I'm hoping that there will be more attention on the state of our roads and the need for investment. I really hope that this will come out of all this activity. And the other thing I wanted to mention related to that is that asset monitoring, asset management is a big job, it's an expensive job, and no road authority can go and monitor all its roads every day to see which road signs have been knocked out, where road markings are missing. So I guess the question is, we have smart vehicles today, connected vehicles, lots of cameras. What can they do for road authorities? Shouldn't they be sharing data with the road authorities? But the problem is we're in this today. It's the OEMs and other players. They want to monetize their data. They are starting to work on these things. I mean, this is a very dynamic space. But I think we have to come to some sort of win-win arrangements that they can provide some data, if not completely free of charge, under frank conditions that can help public authorities monitor better their road infrastructure and then intervene where it's necessary. So it would be great to have some research on that.
Maybe the next question, and we're coming already towards the end of the discussion, maybe to Suzanne and Henriette, the same question. I mean, cities and also public transport operators, they don't plan for CCAM, they plan for a sustainable mobility system. And CCAM has to play a role in it, and it has to show value and impacts. Maybe seeing at some low-hanging fruits from a city perspective, because they are already developing things from smart cities perspective, digitalization. Public transport companies have new concepts like on-demand transports, mobility as a service. So what are the low-hanging fruits from your perspective, actually, where CCAM could come in at a later stage?
Okay, well, I think all the work that's been done on the digital transition, I think it's clear this has short-term benefits, short-term gains for public authorities, and it will serve, the long-term CCAM future. And just to give you some examples of some work we're doing related to the real-time traffic information delegated regulation. I mean, we are part of the NAPCOR platform, which is bringing together all the NAPs and to improve coordination, harmonization. And we are talking with navigation service providers in order to have better cooperation and also to try and influence in some way the routing algorithms, because what quite a lot of our members have said, so the city authorities, is that often vehicles that are using routing are routed on roads that simply aren't designed for lots of traffic. So, so we're seeing a lot of through traffic in areas of cities that are not designed for it, city centres, residential areas around schools. So we've come up with this concept of societal routing, and for societal routing to work, there really needs to be this cooperation and this sharing of data. And I think ISA, intelligent speed adaptation, that's a no-brainer. I mean, for 10 years ago, cities were already, they would support this. But again, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to make this happen. From the city side, we need to have up-to-date speed limit databases, and we need to be sure that the processes are in place, that when speed limits change on a given road, that the database is updated automatically and that data is published straight away so that the service providers can pick them up.
Henriette, from a public transport perspective?
Yeah, and you mentioned the on-demand mobility as a service and so on. I would refer here regarding the low-hanging fruits and where to start if we are talking to like public transport operators and authorities. I will take an example within Show, because we have many of these players in the project. And for example, in Frankfurt, I was a bit asking how they, because they came later in the project, and I was interested in the history, how they came to this use case that they have. I will tell a word about it in a second. And for them, what they have, the situation. Oh wait, I was asking, what about making a large bus automated, and I wanted to I have question about dedicated lanes and all these things. They say, no, we are not doing this automation of large buses, because the ratio between let's say the occupancy of the bus in the city center, there are so many passengers on board, the cost for the bus driver can be it's not a problem, it's okay. They say where we have a cost issue, a big cost issue, is on remoted areas, because they have these neighborhoods around Frankfurt, which you cannot deploy a usual, exactly, it's not cost effective, and also it's not feasible, because you cannot put a large bus on these small streets that we have all around Europe. And moreover, so what they have to put in place, without talking about automation, is a service, which is, for example, a minivan or a minibus that can go over everywhere in this neighborhood. But then, and it's already on demand, so they developed already a booking app that people can book the service through the app to be picked up and dropped somewhere in the neighborhood. But the conclusion is you have a driver waiting all day that bookings happen. And mostly for the transition phase where people are not aware about the service, or maybe the density of the area we don't enable to have this full traffic all time. They say for them it was absolutely logical to move towards automation. They say because they have already the booking app, they have already the digital infrastructure for the fleet management, although we are not talking about large fleets, but it's there. So for them, it's like, yeah, let's move there. And the feedback they have, so we tried with Maria the service, it's working fine. It's connecting a retirement home to a supermarket, and where we could think, okay, we just go by foot, because it's nice to walk. For the people, for the elderly in the retirement home, for them it was like essential to have something mostly coming back from the grocery stores with all the groceries you can imagine. So they are using the service on daily basis, which for us is such a success. I mean, for me, it's really like when it's integrated, and something that European Commission will be happy to hear, they want to do the service after the project. So the project was kind of enabling to move towards really like a commercial service afterwards. So for us, it's the best that could happen to have that. And it seems, and we have also in Monheim, we have in several cities this case, this on-demand in the neighborhood where usual public transit is not applicable as such, may be kind of a low-hanging fruit. Exactly, good point. Yeah, many in the project, operators of the project, but at UITP it's such a burning discussion at the moment. The shortage of bus driver. So yeah, that's many cities have difficulty to find people. We can discuss about it. There's a lot of discussion ongoing on why, exploring why, but yeah, that will come more and more in the future. It doesn't look too good in the future, the availability of bus drivers.
Go down. I don't know. Research shows no, but research shows a mitigated results on this. You can also find studies that say the opposite. But the transition phase would be long. Many decades, as you say. We agree. For us, it's a natural evolution. It's a new type of users. So up to now, we had humans as customers, and now we have machines. They have different needs, but it's another type of user. So for humans, we put road signs for their eyes. We even broadcast traffic information through the radio, the FM radio, so that they could hear. Well, CCAM vehicles don't understand this. They understand HD maps, they understand V2X connectivity, so we just put new means of talking to them because of different types of users. So for us, it's a natural way. I don't think we're going to be able to save on road signs and lane markings for a long time. We look at the introduction of the first autonomous vehicle like ADAS system, like a driving assistance system that came, the first models were equipped 2013, 14, and now they're mainstream. On a Clio, 208, Volkswagen Golf, you have the systems about 10 years later. So for the level 3 vehicles, it's probably going to be the case 10 years down the from now. We're probably going to have a lot of them. So yeah.
Thank you. Andrea, European Commission puts a lot of funding into this topic as well. You have the CCAM partnership mentioned. Most of the projects still have, let's say, a small-scale demonstration, so few vehicles, etc. We see already to, let's say, fully understand the impacts and the consequences of CCAM in a mobility system, we need actually large-scale demonstrations. So how do you think you can come to large-scale demonstrations?
Well, this is precisely the objective of the partnership. How the partnership has been set up as a construct is to have a first phase where we have a number of smaller scale projects looking at specific dimensions, and then moving towards the more advanced lifetime of the partnership, in which we really move towards the large scale demonstrations. We're not starting, as you're saying, we're not starting from the scratch there. Also, before the existence, the putting in place of the partnership, we had projects that were large-scale demonstrations. We had Avenue before Show, we've got all the projects that then have led to High Drive, which is also a large-scale demonstration that was launched before the launching of the partnership. But we do see a big added value of having in place these large projects. Why? And this is a difference with a certain number of initiatives that are launched in other regions of the world. Well, first of all, because what we want to have is to have truly a European approach to whatever we're developing, and even in moving towards and in facilitating the move towards deployment. And to have this, it means that we have to have a lot of actors from a lot of different countries that are involved in the projects. The second thing is that we do not want research to be conducted in a bubble. If research is conducted as a standalone action, only with researchers and academics involved, no matter how good the results will be, the chances of uptake are really limited. So even in this respect, we want to have the relevant actors that will also be responsible for deployment after research has ended and delivered this output, to be involved from early stages of research. This is a critical factor to ensure success of research not in terms of accomplishing the research objective, but in leading to something else. If a project is successful and it just ends up in a cupboard in a university, that's not a real success. We want something to happen after, and for this we need the relevant actors that will be responsible for investment to be involved in the research process as well, and to be contributing together with researchers to the definition of the vision and the roadmap. And here I think we are not yet fully there. In terms what we also need is to have from these relevant actors that are looking at investment, and I'm speaking of member states authorities, of local authorities, of public transport operators. We see a very diversified level of understanding of what CCAM can really bring to them, and a different level of being ready to fully exploit the opportunities that will be offered by CCAM in terms, in the end, of budgetary planning that needs to be put in place. And this is fundamental, because we need all these entities to embed in their reasoning and planning a really a forward-looking approach, because this is not about only making use of what is there in terms of state-of-the-art today. It's understanding what will be coming in 5, 10 years from now and planning it already today. So to be able, not just when time comes to say, oh, I could deploy this, I don't have the money ready, I didn't plan it. This needs advanced planning. And this is a critical success factor that we see from our side.
Thank you. Maria, from Augmentus perspective, how do we ensure that it's not only for the cupboard? For the, let's say, bookshelf, our reports.
So we have Thierry. I think the secret is hidden in what was said before, that and hopefully we have achieved that in innovation actions, because both SHOW and Augment SICAM are innovation actions, and one of the characteristics, of the embedded characteristics, let's say, of innovation actions is exactly this mixture, this balanced as much as possible mixture of actors. Because we have real operators, we have research, we have associations, we have industry. So we hope that it will not be for the bookshelf. I mean, in SHOW it is already not for that. Because even in the course of the project, exploitation has started, they don't wait for SHOW, they show industries and operators just want to make money. So they saw they worked. If it worked, to the boundaries, I mean, it worked, and they started replicating for their own benefit. That is the purpose. This is the enabler, anyway. This is the trigger to make money, yeah? So I believe that the same will happen in Augment SICAM. I mean that, and I think it can get confirmed by the industry, that if they see that it works, and to the level it works, I think they will move on deploying that. I mean, beyond the project, Vinci or any other highway operator we have. And we do have actual operators. This is the secret in exploitation. And I think, because I'm in this field for 20 years, before innovation actions came into the play, I think it was a good introduction. I mean, innovation actions that bring all those goals together is a good enabler, let's say, for exploitation. My final word, because I know you are going to ask, I think we have to close. I think that, and I just wanted to close the circle from the morning session. I think that, as it was equally mentioned for SICAM itself, per se, that we need actually to see what needs to be served, first of all. It's not plug and play, that we just need automation. It's like that we don't need cycling all over the city. We need to see where we want it and why, what is the purpose. The same is exactly following up with infrastructure investment for SICAM. So we have to be careful, because the money is some scales above, I mean on infrastructure side. And there we need also to be careful and proactive. And your work there, Wolfgang, is very important on decision making. Because I'm very much afraid that the approach that is followed so far, and I have seen in several approaches around, is that we just make a theoretical example of what an ideal infrastructure readiness is for connectivity, for low automation, for high automation, and we just do it. And of course, this is not the way, because it is large amounts, vast amounts of money spent. I think we need to really work on elaborating, on configuring the use case, on finding the specific need, and invest only on the essentials, every time to accommodate only the specific need. Otherwise, the cost will be huge. It will certainly not be cost-effective. Automation right now is not cost-effective. It is, everybody knows, I believe, that is not cost-effective, that if it does not turn to remote management, remote operation of at least 3 to 4 vehicles will never be cost effective. So I think we should be proactively anticipating not to be put in the same danger with infrastructure investments, which again can be very much higher.
Purpose and impact driven, like you.
I think that Pierre will agree.
If I may just quickly comment. Another important factor that we see on our side, and where we see an added value of the partnership again, is that the projects are not standalone, even if they're small projects. Now they are, with the partnership in place, each project is part of a bigger picture. And it's contributing to this bigger picture. And we hope that having the partnership in place will also facilitate the exchange of information between projects. So to maximize really the limited resources that we have, not to have projects that work on the same things again, that start each time from the scratch, but that they can be really a flow of knowledge from one project to the other, having in mind this final objective that we want to reach.
Very quick final round as we're coming to the end. If you imagine your dream future mobility system, is there a role for CCAM? And if yes, what is it?
Well, I can't say no, otherwise I lose my job. But yes, and I believe in it. I think, but what I see in the future is not simply having a future where cars that are today driven and privately owned are replaced by privately owned automated cars. This is not what I would have in mind. What I would have in mind for the future is an environment in which actually we have much less vehicles that are circulating, in which automation gives the possibility for new services, new mobility services to be brought to people that today do not have access to these mobility services, like the ones that are living in areas where it is too expensive to put in place a bus line or something like that, and where therefore thanks also where you see much more use of shared mobility services that are that are supported by automation, and that actually there is a much more multimodal approach to mobility, where you fully exploit in a comfortable and affordable way the different opportunities that are offered by these mobility services.
Pierre, maybe from a highway perspective?
Transportation in 2050, something like that?
Yeah. Whatever you dream of.
We talked a lot about decarbonized early on. I think it's not sufficient. It's necessary but not sufficient. It needs to be efficient, frugal, and I'm talking for the vehicles and for the infrastructure side. We really need to be efficient, even if the regulation only forces us to be zero tailpipe emission. This is not enough. We need to be very frugal. If CCAM can be a tool, a means towards this goal, then it has a spot in that future landscape. If not, it will remain some technology without an efficient and virtuous usage.
From my side, and I think it's very much aligned, and mostly from Andrea's vision, and aligned with the vision of UITP, of course, as an association for public transport, we envision a city with less privately owned cars, so very much towards shared assets and shared rides and so on. But in general, if I'm really dreaming of a future of a city, I would say I would see a city where movement is enabled for all, if needed, where movement is needed. I really like the discussion as well. It's not part of, for example, of show, but all the things about behavior and why people are moving. And you would remember all the discussion about during COVID and now with working from home, I really love this discussion. So I think in the future of city, everything will be also more efficient, but more kind of, I don't know if distributed is the way, but there will be a change on the way people move and why they move. And also, I hope that we will slowly, it's not possible now also in research and the work we are doing, but to go a bit away from the vehicle kind of mindset and more towards services. So Andrea, you mentioned the word services. I think it's what it is about. So this why and how it will be solved, and yeah, so that's not the things. Less vehicles on the road and better services.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I more or less endorse what's been said already by the three speakers. I guess I will use my final 30 seconds to say one or two words. In this future, I think we're going to have to think about the governance of the mobility system and the role that the public authority is going to play. Of course, the public authority is not going to procure or run all these transportation services, even if they're shared. So this will be the private sector. So I think we would advocate for public authorities having the power to regulate them. This isn't the case in San Francisco, and we know that the city of San Francisco is unhappy that it has no influence on the operation of robo-taxis on its streets. So they are causing disruption today, and there is absolutely nothing we can do that, and that just wouldn't be acceptable here. So I think that is something we need to work on. And just one final point on the infrastructure, coming back to my the point I made before. You know, public authorities, road authorities, they spend a lot of money on roadside systems to manage traffic, to monitor traffic, to enforce. For enforcement purposes, you know, cameras, I mean, millions and millions and millions. And it seems crazy that we have these smart vehicles here today that could support those tasks. And we could save all that money that's going into these roadside systems, infrastructure systems, and that money could be going to improving the infrastructure and maybe accelerating the move towards the deployment of automated vehicles.
Same question. So I'm happy that I don't have to represent an association or an industry, and I can share my personal vision. I think, and will be romantic for a change. I'm not usually at all. So I think that the ideal mobility or the ideal sustainable city of tomorrow, I think that it would be a city that I would just let my children just go alone, and I would be sure that it will be clean, safe, secure, not unnecessarily complex. So that's all. I mean, if we achieve that, what else do we need?
Sounds like a good mix. We put it all together. Okay. Thank you very much for your participation, for your patience also, and your participation. I would say a final big round of applause for the panelists. And I think I hand over to, I don't know, you.
Yes, to me. Our Secretary General, who with his team beautifully organized today's program, asked me to invite you for a drink and get together outside, I suppose. Yes. So, most welcome.
Doing a picture in front of the... Yes, you want?